Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1. We are here tonight for some Category 1 racing action around the Palisades Village.
Let's go. I wake up to a little bit of drool on my pillow, feel like it's gonna be a bad day. Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet, damn, ain't that great. I don't wanna go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life, cause I don't feel alive.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Sector 1 for Round 5 of the S1 Apex Group 3 Series. Tonight we've got our Category 2, Group A and Group B drivers racing in a Sector 1 first. It's an endurance race at the famous Nurburgring Nordschleife, if that's how you pronounce it properly, in Germany, or as Jackie Stewart called it, the Green Hell. First up, we'll see Group B brought to you by Adelaide Ceramic Coatings, followed by Group A brought to you by LJ Media and Design. They're both valued sponsors of Sector 1, and who together with APR Automotive and Boxer Beauty, they bring the racing to you every Sunday night. My name is The Banker, and joining me in comms tonight for the Group B race is Captain Muffin. How are you tonight, mate, and how are those drivers shaping up in practice?
Good afternoon, Banker. I'm doing very well, thank you. Very good evening, good afternoon to everyone watching from Australia, New Zealand and beyond. Welcome to Sector 1. We're looking for have a good night here racing here at the infamous Green Hell. Very technical, challenging track, and probably, to my knowledge, the longest one in the world I still use on a very regular basis. Drivers here are looking a little bit sort of scared, I reckon, just because of how intimidating the track can be. But overall, I'd say once these guys start their race and sort of find their rhythm, they'll settle into this just fine, and they'll hopefully enjoy it.
Yeah, and certainly from what I've seen, there's a whole range of pace within each category, and I think it's really going to come down to the strategies that the driver use. But that's a great segue. We shall take a look at the Nordschleife. It's, as I said, located in Nurburg. The track tonight is known as the Nurburgring Endurance. So it's the Nordschleife track combined with the sprint part of the GP circuit. There's 23.864 kilometres long, and there's 85 corners of goodness. So it is a sensational track, and when we have a quick look at the settings tonight, it is a circa 90-minute race. We've capped it at 11 laps. 10-minute qualifying on the GP sprint circuit. Tyre wear is free. Tyre compound. All compounds, including intermediates and wets, are available tonight. There's no mandatory compound required, but given the track's location fairly high in the Eifel Mountains, weather can be unpredictable. And while there's no rain immediately on the forecast, it can happen unexpectedly, and given the length of the track, it can impact all of it or even part of it. So something for the drivers to be wary of, and have that weather radar, or have the pit crew with the weather radar up and running. Fuel burn rate is 4, refuel rate 3 litres per second, and yeah, no mandatory pit stops. So from a strategy perspective on the screen there, 3 main options for a dry race. Firstly, 3-stop, medium, softs. We've thrown a second option there as a 2-stop using hard and medium, and third it's a 3-stop using softs. That said, in practice I've seen a couple of variations on those strategies, so really it comes down to driver choice and their strengths. So I think we'll see what happens there, and of course range throws everything out the window. The key to tyre management on this track is, the key to the tyre strategies here, given the length of the track, is fuel management. So it'll be interesting to see how the drivers handle it. Your thoughts, Captain Muffin, on the strategy?
I think you very much hit the nail on the head there. Very much the case of either trying to sort of use a harder compound and extend the stints out, or chuck on something softer to do faster laps, but then having to take the penalty of an extra pit stop or two. Personally, with how unpredictable this track can be, my personal opinion would be to run a softer compound tyre, whether it's soft or the mediums, and do the extra pit stops, because in that way, hypothetically, should be a bit more sort of variety to adjust yourself if the weather does rear its ugly head. But look, I'm just very much a big fan of the alternate strategy, so I could be looking at this with some rose-tinted glasses. But overall, definitely plenty of strategy options there for the guys, but really, one drop of rain and throw the notebook out the window, we're going blind.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, you touched on that. It could well be a mixture of that first and third strategy up there, depending on where the drivers are sitting. But certainly some impressive times to be had using the softs on every stint. Time to have a quick look before we get into qualifying. Have a quick look at the driver standings for 2A or Group A. The podium is Bumcrack and Black Project from Kraken Esports and Revs from Dadson Racing. There's 12 points separating the podium, and interestingly 10 points across the balance of the top five. So podium for B is Daz 930 from Doghouse, Killer from Lightning Motorsport, who unfortunately is a scratching tonight, and Aussie Psycho from Gemco Racing. 7 points separate these three guys. They're all three of them are super quick, but there's only 23 points separating the top 9 drivers, I think it is. So I'll just get the balance of the points. We'll have a quick look at the team points. So team standings, we have Kraken Esports, Brocchio 5 Sim Racing and Jamco Racing fill in the podium with 22 points separating them, and again very close across the top 5 with 24 points between them. And look, double points on offer tonight for the endurance race, and combined with what the Green Hell can serve up tonight could be championship defining. So just have a quick look at the chat. We've got Debrev in there, Deborah Fish, Mr. Bumcrack, g'day mate, Rudsy, Shadow Racing. So yeah, look, it will be a great night. I'm just looking. I think we've covered everything there. So what do you say, Captain Muffin, that we've got the formalities out of the way, that we get Cat 2 Group B qualifying brought to you by Adelaide Ceramic Coatings underway? What colour's the button tonight?
Well, this button here, because I had plenty of time on my hands, I managed to actually get a hold of some stripe paint from my local Bunnings warehouse, and it's currently striped with a nice sort of yellow and purple, sort of like almost like tartan, as they call it, paint. It looks absolutely sensational, and I reckon that button really wants to be pressed. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's give that button a press once I learn how to speak, and we'll get these guys underway qualifying here at the Nurburgring sprint layout before we go racing around the infamous Green Hell for 90 minutes.
Yep, and I'll just get the settings, the live settings right here as soon as we get the screen up.
Alright, all cars here currently sitting in the pit lane. We've got the green light into the pit lane. Cars being told they can exit. Away they go.
Yep, so 10-minute qualifying. This is on the shorter GP sprint circuit.
Would you like to do the honours of going through our lovely grid today, or would you like me to this fine evening, Mr. Banker?
You can go through that. You've seen the guys running in practice as well.
Yep, no, it definitely did. So currently leading the way at the front of the queue, we have Carbon Boy from Obsession Motorsport there in that nice sort of multicoloured McLaren, sort of a throwback livery to a previous season going back towards 2020, 2021 type era. In behind that, another McLaren in the field, Malevolent One driving for Thunder Esports, Thunder Motorsports. If I got that terminology wrong, I do apologise. In a nice little two-tone colour as well. Cruising for Zero Turn in behind that in the yellow purple Porsche. One of my favourite drivers, no bias. Currently going around there in the Porsche. In behind that, a third McLaren in the field in the form of the Good Doc. Team owner for Blacklight Motorsport and the Team R Systems a liveried car, nice black, gold and white livery. Renegade for Hooncorp Esports in the first of our Peugeots. Nice Hooncorp liveries always look nice. Nismo Nace does a great job with them. Wartime, currently 6th on the road for Brocchio 5 Sim Racing. Second of our Porsches in the field with that trademark Brocchio 5 pink and light blue colour scheme there. Daz in behind that in another Peugeot for a Doghouse Motorsport there, with the NQ Party Hire sponsor. Yes, it is. Aussie Psycho currently in the pit lane, changing his tyres. Interesting call, rightio then. In the Ferrari, driving forward, GMCO Racing, one of our sort of, I believe, debutants for this season. Quote me if I'm wrong. For the guys at GMCO. And last on the track, we will have Laminator in as the third of our Peugeots on track for Lightning Motorsport there, and the almost iconic Merlin livery car.
Yeah, there's something about... Oh, and he's off there. I'm not sure.
I think he's forgotten which layout he's on.
Yep.
Yep. It's an easy mistake to make.
Yep, it is. It's a very fast, or slow right-hander, but it sort of just loops around over a bit of a rise there. Normal track goes straight ahead, so just a bit confused. Yeah, I think a couple of drivers just started the session on mediums, which they've now corrected.
Yep, no, I just see Carbon Boy was one of those people. As Malevolent one, so it's the first of our representative times of a 28.1, which Cruising just goes slow behind with about quarter of a second behind there. Renegade's P2 now with a 28.2, 28.3 from more time, 28.3 from Daz. Very tight at the top here. Currently, your top four cars separated by a tenth and a half.
And quality's it's very important here, depending on those tyre choices, that if you are choosing to start on a soft with the length of the track and the competitiveness in top speed between these cars, you really do want to have be starting at the pointy end and not have to work your way through the traffic.
Oh, that you do, and also just this track as well. The sprint layout section is as wide as like a traditional racetrack, so getting the pass down there isn't too hard, but the moment you turn that Nordschleife, she becomes as wide as a standard sort of road, country back road we drive on every day. So trying to get a pass down there is very hard because of the lack of space, so you want to try and start towards the front, so you have to try and sort of make your way through the pack going around the Nordschleife.
Yeah, and also at that Nordschleife, the elevation change is quite deceiving when you see it on the screen. Does there purple in that first sector? Yeah, when you see it on the screen, the actual elevation change is quite significant, especially up that back section near Whipperman, and if you think Skyline and the Dipper at Bathurst, there's sections that mimic that.
That is absolutely true. As Cruising goes to the top with a 1 minute 26.7, puts a second and a half on the field. Wow. Renegade there jumps in the P2 now, following behind. As Cowboy goes to P2 now. Oh, we're chopping and changing here, ladies and gentlemen. Currently half a second behind Cruising is Carbon Boy in P2 with a 1 minute 27.320. Great job there from the Obsession driver. Wartime is currently P3 in the second of our Porsches for Brocchio 5 Sim Racing. Currently though, second covering our top three cars. That's a big margin considering how sort of tight and compact this track is.
Yeah, absolutely. Just have a quick look at level at one. I think he's into the... We didn't catch that, but that looks... Not sure where that is. That's...
just on the exit of the sort of first little chicane.
First chicane.
Oh, the Mercedes Arena, I should say.
Yep.
Pro's gone a bit too hard there, trying to carry as much speed as possible and lift the rears up. Easier to do around here.
Yeah, so he's definitely one to be watching for, certainly at the pointy end of this qualifying session.
Oh, well and truly. Currently in pieces at the moment, not too far off. Only needs, what's that, a 10th, and he'll jump up to P4. Yep. So very tight for him there to get some time back up, but
cruising
right now,
into the pits.
Yep, boxing nice and early here. He definitely has time. He'll have time to put a nice set of tyres on and knock out a couple. Sorry, it might help if I don't hit mute on my, my microphone there.
Headset.
Yeah, no, that's why I should leave my hands by my sides at all times. But yeah, Cruising there, fresh set of tyres in the car, no fuel to be added, try and keep the car as light as possible. Going out to set a couple more hot laps before we end this qualifying session.
Yeah, and both Carbon Boy and Daz, Carbon Boy couldn't improve his lap. Daz has fractionally by 3/10. He's holding third there from Wartime. Have a look at... Yeah, Wartime was about a 7/10 of a second off there, so not quite sure what he had. It maybe the tyres running down a bit. So we'll go
Quite
back
possibly.
up, keep an eye on
Yeah.
cruising. Is he's out lap? Will he get around in time? Yeah, he should. Yep.
Oh, if he does make it around, I'll be amazed. He's got, it's a 1 minute 30 lap, and he's got effectively 3 minutes to do half a lap.
Yep.
So, it's all good there. Just keeping an eye on Carbon Boy here in P2. I want to see if this lap of his is anything worth watching. Doesn't seem to be lighting up the timing sectors from what I can see. Oh, I think we might be in for a pit stop here from Carbon Boy. Nope, goes around again to prove me wrong. Thank you very much for that, good sir. Renegade pulls into the pits in front of him. Carbon Boy here, he might be close here. No, he's going to be just away, I think, from improving his time. Oh no, never mind. As I say, that goes to P2. Well done.
P2 and Daz and Renegade taking on the new tyres.
Right, yeah, okay. That was a great
Just
job there from
over
Carbon
2 minutes
Boy.
to go.
Yep, so I'll give him enough time for one more heater. Carbon Boy will have enough time for 2, but his tyres are going to be feeling a bit of wear and tear. Cruisen just started his second last fly now. He'll make it around for another one, provided he keeps the car out of the wall on this lap of his.
Fresh tyres, very light fuel here, so it should be a cracker. We'll see what the split times say.
Yep, as we also have Laminator improving his
In
time to
P3,
127.7. Yeah, great job there. First second split for Cruisen coming up very soon, ladies and gentlemen. He's down. Ooh. But only by tenths and a bit, you know, that's not like an impossible margin to make back up. Just a couple of good corners here, a nice run onto the back straight, and that can definitely sort of flip around on him.
Yeah, certainly if those tyres come up on the shorter laps, the tyres do take a while to come up.
He has found half a tenth back, so he's now just over a tenth down. This chicane needs to be utterly perfect, I reckon, from Cruisen here if he wants to see any sort of significant improvement on his lap. Goes over the curb. Oh, a little bit squirrel in the exit, but got the power down relatively nicely. Into the last corner. Oh, you can hear the front tyre just scrubbing, begging for mercy.
Protesting there, yeah.
Yeah. Comes across the timing line, and he's down by half a second. Okay.
Yeah. I think the next one on the... he's on the outlaps, so we'll just keep an eye here as Daz crosses the line. Remembering, I'm pretty sure he went on fresh. He's on fresh softs.
Yep, so he's on an outlap currently, starting a fast lap now. 11-1 and Laminator will be the next ones to finish a lap, I believe. And we'll have no improvement from either of them.
No.
Just behind that, Aussie Psycho. We should see an improvement from here, I reckon. Yes, there we go. 1 minute 30.4 puts him still into P9.
Yeah.
There you go, and everyone's on the last laps now. So the first one to take the checker flag will be Carbon Boy. To my knowledge, he isn't up on this lap, and just judging by the tyre wear, I've got a feeling he might be in a bit of struggle streak currently, trying to get like a better time on the board, but we'll just wait and see what happens.
Coming up round now onto the straight. Still, if he can hold P2 through this, it's a very handy starting position. You could hear those tyres through there again. Just
there you go, down by half a second. Alright.
Yeah.
Yep,
So
no improvement either from the good doc.
I think
Cruisen will be the next one across the line. Can he improve his time? He can. Oh, it puts another half second on the field.
Wow,
oh, Cruisen.
Have a quick look at Daz. I think he's the next one that can threaten this.
Renegade improves to
Up into
P3 there.
P3.
Great time from him.
So
No improvement
Daz.
for more time. So yeah, Daz will be the next one to really do any
He's rolled
damage.
off
And
that. He rolled off, yeah.
So Laminator and P4 looks to be the next one to be on a hot lap, but I've got a feeling he's down. Yes, he's down. He's backed it off. So we'll have Aussie Psycho will be the last one to complete a lap, I believe. And goes to P9 still.
His personal best, and by 1.5 seconds. So that's he's in P9, but that's a great improvement on his previous laps. He must have had a bit of strife there from time to time.
Just trying to probably get those tyres and sort of the car into a good window. But it may work in the end. Got to still P9, but got his time down by a second and a half, which is a massive improvement.
Okay, we'll get the results up. So qualifying for P1 on the shorter sprint circuit, we've got cruising with a 126.2, very respectable time, that one. Carbon Boy in P2 at 127.046, rounding out the podium, Renegade 127.368, and Laminator will complete the second row. Then we have Daz and Wartime, GT Good Doc. Let's get the Malevolent 1 and Aussie Psycho rounding out the field. So that, just get that slideshow back up. So I was really surprised with that lap that Cruisin pulled out. That was a really solid mistake-free lap, but that is there's not much between them when we take this track out of the equation and throw the balance of the Nordschleife there. It'll be different, but this will be important for tyre strategy in the start. So your thoughts?
Oh, I think it's very much the case of these guys here. Anything they've just learned in qualifying can, for the most part, just will be chucked away. A very short lap, minute and a half lap, and you're jumping across now to a lap that's like 8 minutes long.
Yeah.
Like, there's not much that can really be carried over. But overall, the guys here, they would have done practice throughout the week to make sure that everything they're planning to experience is accounted for. But you really look at a track like this, it could throw up any curveballs at you at any time just to really make your life as fun as humanly possible.
Yep, absolutely. Just checking our chat to make sure there's nothing in there from any drivers in the group. No, we're all clear to go from there. So I think it is about time we get this 11-lap race, out of the way. So mate, if you want to hit that button, we'll get the race going, and about 90 minutes later we'll be crowning a winner, but certainly I think we'll see a bit of a shake-up in the points tally.
I think you're absolutely right, but just do bear in mind that we'll have to set the grid for this. So
that's right.
Give me
so,
a couple of minutes. Yeah, sorry.
What we might do, and you wouldn't know we discussed that before we sat down tonight and talked, but I think that's just called an old memory. So what we might do is I'll just throw the countdown on, everyone, and we will be back to you very, very shortly with a race start. Welcome back, everyone. We have the grid set. We've got 10 drivers. You may notice Blue Dog was a little late getting into qualifying, so he'll have a rear of the grid start. But we do have 10 drivers, 11 laps of the green hell. Captain Muffin, I reckon that yellow and purple tartan strip button needs a good smack, and we'll let it go. We'll let the race go.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea there, Banker. Good sir. All right, let's give that button a push and let's send these guys underway for 11 laps of the green hell. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to chuck your predictions in the chat, your podium predictions or standout drivers, and also whether or not we get rain. I want to hear what you guys have to say. Please let us know. There's the car sitting on the grid, waiting for the all clear to start rolling here.
Yep,
we're rolling.
Yep, and under true GT3 regulations, it is a rolling start, about 15 metres between the cars, and they're racing. So what you'll do, you'll see the very similar to what we saw on the qualifying. However, when they get to the before coming back on the main straight, they'll turn left and be on what looks like a country road.
Absolutely does. Off the start there, Renegade and Carbon Boy fighting hard over that P2. Renegade got a really great launch and managed to go around the outside of Carbon Boy there through that hairpin T1. Got the inside and out for this corner and the Mercedes arena. It's got the move done. Renegade's up to P2 there. Carbon Boy hanging on to P3. Wartime is up to P4 there, getting the best of Laminator and Daz, I believe. Laminator going on the defensive from Daz. And the run down to the hairpin of the sprint layout.
That's a very tricky corner, that the way off camber and tightens up. Mid-corner, Renegade a bit loose.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Lost a couple of spots in the process. Carbon Boy back up to P2. Wartime now to P3. Renegade trying to go for a bit of a, not return serve, but like a counter move into the next play corner here, but could not get it done. And now we go down the sort of back straight of the sprint/GP layout as Carbon Boy has backed it off here. Okay, might be a redressing situation possibly at play here. Wartime now to P2.
Yeah, didn't see any contact. Yeah, it was a little bit late on, well, a little bit deeper on brakes. So yeah, no, but that's good for Carbon Boy to do that if he's had any doubts. So
definitely.
This is where they enter the Nordschleife. It's quite narrow, and the curbs, which unfortunately for a GT car, are quite big at places. And can cause especially on this first sector here, can actually bump you offline.
Oh, it's very easy to do so, and especially it's just how undulating this track is. If you don't stick to that sort of very much one-line groove and keep yourself in
Renegade's
into
the wall there. He just a little bit wide, straight up the curb, hit the wall, but he's recovered.
Yep, recovered. Got a little bit of damage on the car, but that should hopefully repair itself before he gets to the end of this.
Really slow exit out of there. He was on the dirt, and that's given Wartime the chance to get ahead. Just quickly go back through the field, go back to where Daz is sitting, being molested by Malevolent One there. You can just see from some of those camera shots the rise and fall in this circuit.
Oh, the elevation change is utterly phenomenal at a track like this. It is just, it's a lot to behold for a lot of people, including myself. Currently Battle Pack here in the World Championship for P7. Aussie Psycho, Blue Dog and Laminator all arguing hard over it. Good Dog not too far in behind that in P10. It's been a great start here from Wartime to go from P6 to P1 and the course of essentially 1/3 a lap. It's a great job there from the BSR driver.
Yeah, just had his car position to sort of, Blue Dog there, a bit on the grass, that's life and death stuff. Yeah, with Wartime, he just had his car position that he could just grab a bit of an advantage from the misfortune of the guys in front. They weren't super accurate, and yeah, that's opened the door for him.
Yep, no, that certainly has. But what I might do, ladies and gentlemen, just to keep you all updated, I want to give you a very quick tyre update.
While you're there, Wartime was riding the Armco. You know,
wow,
if
that's
you
not
damage
good.
the arm here, they actually charge you.
Yes, they'll charge you per meter or something like that.
and it's super expensive. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. But I'll probably say if you've got the ability to drive a car quicker than the Nurburgring, you've probably got plenty of money to to play with. But oh no, I'm not an expert. But currently in the grid, every car on the track currently is running the medium tyres except for one. Ladies and gentlemen, put your guesses in the comments. Do you reckon who you reckon that might be? And we'll do a tyre review update later on. Find out if you're right or not.
Yeah, a little bit tricky. Actually, we just go to cruising here. Renegade's up the inside, which puts he's got across in time. So would have put him on the outside through that left-hander. This is a little challenging section here because the way you get a couple of successive corners and then they tighten up.
Yeah, they do. And also, we'll come on to here to the very, very long back straight that currently top four are on. It goes more uphill than anything else. So really, these guys here for the most part are probably going to be rev limiting in fifth gear because it's quicker than going down to up to six, I should say.
Yeah.
Just because the elevation you're experiencing as they go on the way to the carousel, effectively.
Yep. And this right-hander here, if you are in sixth for fuel, you still need to be back in fifth here, otherwise you lose a lot of time down to the next right-hander, just before the carousel.
That you do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Currently, we've very much got two battle packs forming here. Top four in one of them. P5 and the one's all on its own. Got 8 seconds one way and 3 seconds the other. And then the rest of the pack here from P6 back to P10 are all pretty well together. Except for Good Doc, actually. Good Doc has unfortunately lost a bit of time to the cars around currently.
You can see the front of the cars bounce on that concrete through there. It's quite tricky, but if you don't actually get the concrete, very easy to spin.
That certainly is. It's very much one line. You still have to stick to that line like your life depends on it, because anywhere else is just insanely slow.
Renegade
goes
down
to
the
the lead.
inside of Wartime. That was a really good move.
Wow, great move there. We've seen more lead changes in one lap than we have in the F1 since like last year. This is amazing. 11-1's also had no, actually, sorry, he hasn't. Lemonade and Daz have had a moment somewhere. Currently, Bulldog.
Just see if we
Bulldog,
can catch that.
Bulldog.
There it is there, on the inside, hugging the grass. That was a very good move. Wartime gave him good racing room there. Didn't leave the door open. That was good driving by Renegade.
Great job there from the Hoon Corp driver. Now the lead of the race in hand. He's got about a second to Wartime behind him. He's being hounded by Cruisin' and Carbon Boy here. But right now for Renegade, he's in a very tough spot, because if he doesn't pull a big enough gap now, he's going to be giving those three drivers behind him the world's biggest tow going down the legendary Doddinger straight. If I'm pronouncing that right, I'm probably not. I'm not German. But currently right now, we're going to put 1.7 seconds on Wartime, so really he's in a great spot here, Renegade, to hold the lead at the end of this first lap here, provided he can keep it clean through the second carousel.
Yeah, but so we're coming up towards the very, very long back straight shortly. I think it's about a couple of corners away now. Maybe this gap is also, we're seeing a slightly different fuel strategy starting to come into play with some of the cars, how they're settling through the fields. So
I think very much is the case there, yeah. Just looking through the grid, there are some different fuel amounts at play. As look at the back there, Good Doc had a massive tank slapper on the way to the small carousel. Managed to hold it, but just enough dirt was flipped up to sort of make me raise an eyebrow or two. It's coming onto the back straight here. We've got Daz and Aussie Psycho side by side. Oh, this is good. This is what you want to see. Peugeot versus Ferrari, Italy versus France. Just like World War II all over again, at least for the first half. Yeah, Aussie Psycho there gets the lead for the time being, but this long straight here, mate, if you do the move too early, you become vulnerable at the back end of the straight, and on this occasion, Daz is not going to be able to get past Aussie Psycho this time around, but he's going to have a nice, good tow for the remainder of this straight, as well as for the next straight coming up on the GP Sprint layout.
yeah, and if he had the ability to just roll up a bit there, that is... Oh, Aussie Psycho through the grass. He missed the apex there.
Oh, and let's Daz
So
back through.
it's-
Hippity hoppity. That position is now my property.
He's given the chance, so I'm sure Daz will take that.
We're up to P8 now, reclaiming that P8 you had before the start of the big long Dodger straight.
Just watch him through this corner, 180 degree, and Daz has got the inside line and should hold it all the way through. Aussie Psycho abusing some cones.
Yep, making sure the track limits are thoroughly used. That's fair enough.
Test it and widen for the next driver. We'll go back to the lead, see where we got Renegade. He's sort of out to a second, so Wartime's pulled back 6/10 there through that final chicane and onto the main straight.
Yep. Done a great job there to make sure they can be within touch of Renegade there. Hopefully going on to the Nordschleife section of this track. 1.1 seconds back. I think that's a good margin to be, because he won't be any closer because the dirty air is going to slow you down. But being where he is now, he should get a nice little benefit from the toe going down the multitude of straight sections and flat sections this part of the track has.
Yeah, and that toe is important. I mean, if they're all on, if you're on softs and you're doing really fast laps, I did try a few laps in practice, and not being very good on the fuel save through the undulations this track, there wasn't enough fuel left to do 3 laps for me. To do 3 laps on the tyres, a toe is very, very beneficial. Yeah, I think I come in at something like 2.7, 0.7 or 0.8 of a lap remaining. So the toe is invaluable here.
Yep, and for a lot of people at home, really think that like 0.7, 0.8 a lap, that's like not too much at all, but when you're at that 0.7, 0.8, that's sort of proportional to the size of the track, so really 0.7, 0.8 will hypothetically only get you to like just before the Dodger straight, which you won't be flat chat for that whole time, because if you're sitting at 80 k's an hour trying to just make sure you can get the car home with some fuel in the tank, like you'll be burning a metric ton of time.
That's right. So yeah, every part of the lap, you know, taking a nice wide entry in the corner, flowing through the corner, and maximising your lap time. It's not a track that's fuel friendly if it's point and shoot through the tighter sections.
Yeah, and that's what I say as well. That one barrel pack we had at the front is now split into 2. Barrel for P1, P2 is holding up here between Renegade and Wartime.
He's cruising right in the wall.
Oh, well, yeah, he's got a lot of damage on that car. He's going to be very vulnerable to Carbon Boy. Oh, look, he's almost lost it again. There we go. Carbon Boy sneaks on through. But Carbon Boy's also got damage here, so I've got a feel on that. Whatever happened to both these cars, they might have like a part to play in each other's role here.
Yeah, I was too late for the replay there, but I'm pretty sure Cruisin he just got up on the grass and it just sucked him in along the fence, which it was lucky it was a straight section there because it allowed him to keep going.
Yeah, definitely could be a lot worse there for the zero-turn driver. But I think now we're at a good spot here, even though we're only on lap 2. Now it's probably a good time for us to knock out a quick tyre and fuel update, if I do say so myself.
Absolutely.
Oh, as we've just lost Lemonator. Okay, that's not good at all. We have lost Lemonator.
Okay, yeah, I missed that, so...
Yep, that's alright. We will we'll come back to that and find out what happened to him after the race is done. But yes, no, definitely. We'll continue on to the tyre and fuel update, which, after double check which the sponsor is for that. But to that lovely sponsor, thank you very much for all your hard work and effort.
Here we go. Better late than never. APR Automotive Tyre and Fuel. Thank you very much.
Yep, you're absolutely in safe hands. Thank you, APR Automotive. We're currently leading the way. We have Renegade there for Hooncourt, currently with dead on half a tank of fuel, running the medium tyres. So doing a great job there in the Peugeot. Wartime is in P2 there, just under half a tank of fuel on the soft tyres. Whoever had that on their bingo card, well done, you got that right. Currently Carbon Boy in P3 now with just over half a tank of fuel, also run the medium tyres. Probably should say as well tyre wear wide. Medium tyres seem to be pretty consistent with about 20% wear, a touch less than on their worst tyre, which is usually on the right hand side. But the soft tyre, they're half gone on all 4 tyres for Wartime there, so he'd be feeling a fair bit of pain right now. Yes, going now back down to cruising in P4 there, also on the medium tyres. Just over half a tank of fuel, so a nice bit of fuel saving there from cruising in the Porsche. On the right and the back of Carbon Boy. 11.1 in P5, medium tyres, same sort of tyre wear, with just under half a tank. So look down a little bit there on the cars in front. Blue Dog in P6 there, great job there from starting from last go to P6 in the Porsche. Medium tyres and just under half a tank of fuel, slightly better than 11.1 in front of him. Daz in P7 on the massive fuel save here with, what's that, 65% of a tank of fuel. So that's a great job there from Daz there on the medium tyres. Same sort of tyre wear, about 20% all round. More or less the right hand side is going to be your worst off. Aussie Psycho on P8 there, very similar fuel save there to Daz. Touch less fuel than Daz currently, but same sort of idea he's got on the medium tyres. Same sort of tyre wear, probably a touch better than Daz in front of him. And Good Doc in P9 ran out the field, dead on half a tank of fuel, medium tyres about 20% wear all round, touch less than. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your APL Automotive Tyre and Fuel Update. You are in safe hands.
And thank you very much for that. It's, yeah, that explains, I sort of had a suspicion more time might have been on those softs given that monumental rise in the first sector of lap 1. But yeah, very interesting to see the fuel save for Daz and Aussie Psycho. So we'll keep an eye on that as we get further into the race. And it'll just be interesting at the end of this lap what the leaders do. Do they wind it off a bit to get a third out of the way, which should be the strategy, I'm guessing, on mediums. And yeah.
Well, I'd say personally right now for Daz, not Daz, sorry, for Wartime, my apologies. His plan would be to box this lap because soft tyres, they really aren't going to do 3. So I have to imagine he wouldn't be doing too much in the way of fuel saving at this point in time. I could be wrong though. He has dropped back off Renegade by 4.5 seconds currently. That could be mainly due to the tyre wear. But yeah, for him, there's no real benefit to fuel saving for Wartime currently because he's going to have to box on lap 2 no matter what. So he might as well take advantage of all the extra power he can use and try and sort of bridge that gap to Renegade in front as well as pull away from Carbon Boy and cruising behind.
Yeah, and I think the lap diff, the pit run, I might be wrong, something like 57 seconds. I could be wrong there, but definitely a 4-stop running softs is feasible from a total race time perspective compared to the 3-stop.
Yep, definitely. Pit lane here is long enough to give you enough time. Jump out the car and go shake a baby and kiss a hand.
Yep.
Right, Renegade goes around again. He's going for lap 3. Wartime also goes around again. Okay, right. That's interesting considering the fuel he's on. Carbon Boy around again. Cruising around again. Yeah, Wartime, I should say. Daz. Wartime, he might be on the bubble for fuel here. He's got currently the lowest of anyone in that top 4, and it's a definitely noticeable difference, but maybe he's playing a strategy game we don't know about yet, but we'll wait and see what happens. 11.1 in P5, he'll go around again. Blue Dog will be the next one. Oh, he goes to the grass there.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's very, very hard that corner because that right-hander coming into that chicane, it's at the end of that, he's gone straight into the pits, yeah? Very hard there as you run off that main straight carrying a lot of speed, and you can carry the speed right into that little chicane. So it's quite tricky.
Yep, that again. Yeah, and it's really easy to miss your braking point, lock a front, or just get a buttload of chunder steer, and it'll just send you straight off into that grass in front of you. And once you hit that, any chance you had of stopping is now dissipated. So currently there, and yeah, Blue Dog is the only person to box on lap 2.
Yep.
Currently with fuel going to the tank, it's looking like he's going to be brimming it. I'll be surprised if he doesn't. There's no logical reason why he would...
30%, yeah, he's going for the full fill.
Yep, he certainly is. Renegade here though, once again, putting on a good show here. Now got 6 seconds to Wartime P2. Wartime's tyres are just crying in agony here. Those softs are just... I'm not sure how they're going to last next lap here.
I'm surprised. I thought the softs were really a really good mantra for 2 laps, but getting that third out of them, you pass that tipping point to how effective they are time-wise first grip.
To be honest with you, just with how they wear, I personally wouldn't even use them for more than 1. I think for the first lap, they're golden. They will serve you well. But the moment you switch over to like that second lap on the soft tyres, towards the end of it, you just feel the grip disappearing. The rear wants to step out more. The front doesn't want to respond. So I think, yeah, really for me, I think 1 lap on the soft is probably the max you realistically should do, at least for a person who's aggressive on the tyres as me. But hey, Wartime here might have an idea we don't know about, but so far he's losing time to Renegade, and Carbon Boy is catching pretty quickly. Carbon Boy there currently looking at setting his personal best lap of the race so far this lap.
We're in car of Renegade, six speed. See the bump there, it just front moves left to right and back again. As you can see, it's not a very wide racetrack.
Also got word here from the Lightning Garages as well. That's the driver we lost in the form of Laminator. Unfortunately, he's electronics, in particular the sort of interconnection, decided I didn't want to play ball today, so unfortunately we have lost Laminator due to a technical issue. But nonetheless, he now gets the opportunity to sit in the pit lane and watch these guys go around here, maybe pop a few shampoos or two, or any beverage of your choice. Yeah. Non-alcoholic is preferred, but you know, it's your call.
Yep, and just looking at this, Renegade's fairly proficient around this part of the circuit, so I'm not going to put the commentator's curse on him, but I think it's representative of a bit of practice and a feeling for just how this circuit works. It's pretty hard for anyone to remember 85 corners.
Oh, it certainly is. I know personally for me, I'm going to struggle with doing this come next weekend. Trying to memorise how to attack every corner here, every braking point, every turn-in point. It's really challenging just to try and remember everything. It's going to be hard for everyone to get a perfect race out of this round here, just because of how much variation and variability there is in the track itself. I was going to say before as well that Wartime managed to put the afterbirds on, start catching back up to Wartime there, to Renegade I should say. Currently got the gap down to about 5.5 seconds, but now back up to 6.3. Wartime, he's used all his tyre wear he has available, and he's now just sort of playing the waiting game to see if he can make it back to the pit lane before the tyres completely give in.
Yeah, and you're seeing here we're on board with cruising at the moment. He's about 1.8 seconds up on this lap on his best time, so that's the fuel load's lighter. The medium tyres have come in really well, and you can hear that. Pretty sure it sounds like a Ferrari. Yeah, 1.2, lost a little bit through that sector. We'll just quickly go on board Carbon so you can get a bit of a feel for the different types of cars in the McLaren.
While you're doing that as well, just let everyone know at home that Blue Dog went onto the medium tyres after his pit stop there. Currently he is 19 seconds off the back of the Good Dog and PA, and a minute and a half off the lead.
Yeah, I think this is where Carbon Boy will he'll grab Wartime here. Wartime's tyres are just starting to compromise his times.
Yep,
coming into the carousel here, you'll see the car dip into the concrete.
You can see even Wartime there couldn't even stay in the carousel, had to jump out of it to avoid spinning the car. Carbon Boy managed to stick in there the whole time. Gap now 1.3 to Wartime P2. Carbon Boy here just needs a good sort of like technical sector here. If he can do this right, he'll be right within touching distance in the slipstream of Wartime going down the big Dodger Hurst straight, and getting past him before we hit the pit lane would be a good psychological blow there, I reckon. So we'll see if Carbon Boy can put together a decent little sector here. Got the gap down to 8 tenths, and it's closing pretty quickly. Dropping cruising as well, currently 2.7 back to him in P4 as Carbon Boy goes for it. Oh, he's up the inside. Yeah,
just tyres are well and truly on point here on those mediums.
Yep, and Wartime would also hit the wall somewhere and cop some damage. Now on P3.
Yeah, so he'll fall into Cruisen's clutches here very shortly.
Yep, Cruisen is coming in at a rate of knots here. Gap is now 1.2, and the gap is closing quick as here, ladies and gentlemen. Wartime still got that damage on the car coming down to this. I can't even recall the name here they're at now, but just the way you sort of have to hit the anchors and then you sort of fly through the air temporarily while the car's trying, resist the effects of gravity, what you'd almost call it. sort of flying through the air there. Great section of track at the Nordschleife. I can't remember the name of it, so
Is that
someone wants to
Whipperman?
put in the comments.
Whipperman?
I'll say yep and believe you're right, but I honestly can't tell you. But currently now, Renegade 9 seconds to the good. Carbon Boy in P2 with 3 seconds back to Wartime, who has got cruising right on the bumper. Yeah, cruising, you don't have to overtake right now. Got a big long straight to do so. Just get within the slipstream and you'll sail on past. You know, a little bit of Talladega Night slingshot engaged. Nope, he's going for a right now. As I say that, cruising says no.
He's running the grass. Keep it straight. Well done. That had potential to turn him around very easy. So good job there to keep it on track.
Wartime's going to struggle to get around the corner at the end of the straight here. His front left tyre is looking absolutely putrid.
How is he almost on fuel pushing that third lap?
He's on the light. He'll make it, but he's on the light.
Yep.
But then again, of the top 4 cars, 3 of them are also on the light. The only one that's not currently is cruising in P3.
P3,
yep. Yeah, Renegade is the second worst off on fuel, and Carbon Boy not too far behind.
He's boxed.
There we go.
6 left.
Carbon Boy will do the same, I imagine. Yep, he did a very late call there from Carbon Boy.
Yeah, it is a bit tricky to pick those cones up. Just out of your vision. Yeah, cruising's box 15.9. If those guys repeat those fuel saves throughout the course, it's going to make for a very quick last stop.
That certainly is, and I think right now, if these guys go about brimming the tank, cruising will find, effectively because we refuel at 3 litres per second, he will find, 3-4 seconds on Renegade in front of him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he sort of fills up to that sort of 85, or he does and uses the time advantage, or if he runs to 100 again. But yeah, I'd certainly be just fueling to the diamond.
Yep, let's see here also as well. Renegade's coming out of the pit lane. He does appear to be on another set of medium tyres, and he is. Full tank of fuel, medium tyres, clear air around him.
Yeah, just slightly less than the full tank. Not much in it.
Yep, look at that advantage there from Carbon Boy, the fuel save. Gap was 9 seconds coming into the pit lane, now 7.4. Cruising now 10 seconds away from the lead. Great job there, as Daz on that fuel save, now to P4, and that's effectively P4 there, even though he hasn't had a pit stop yet. He is there based on pace and fuel save, so Daz there doing a great job.
Yep.
Wartime comes out in P5, Malevolent One's in the pit lane, just about to come out now. Obviously Psycho couldn't make that infamous forced lap, so he's coming in the pit lane, putting some more fuel in. Blue Dog, who's already done a pit stop, goes around to start his sort of first official flying lap of the race. Level 1 comes out behind him, into P7 there.
Yeah, so it's too early to do the numbers yet, but if Daz can run this and save 1 full stop, that's the best part of a minute.
Which, absolutely that will be. It's just the case of keeping it clean and making sure that he doesn't get any sort of unnecessary battles along the way. Like for him, trying to defend his position is only going to hurt him, helps him. So just wait and see what happens when the sort of next car on track catches him, which will be Wartime, currently 6.5 seconds behind Daz and P4.
Yep. Yeah, so we've got a best lap there of Renegade 8.10. Carbon Boy's best lap is just on touch over 4 seconds to the higher, and with cruising best lap of 8.17. So yeah, Renegade is really on the pace here.
Yeah, Renegade's doing a great job here. 8 minutes 10 around the flat. It's not a bad job at all.
No, and on mediums and getting a third lap. So yeah, that's pretty honest time.
Yep, no, great job there. And also an 8.14 sort of in lap compared to Carbon Boy with an 8.16, and cruising was an 8 minute 19. So he's found time pretty much everywhere, every lap he's done so far.
Yeah, the bit'll be. You'd see that rise and fall on the track there. It's incredible. I've been fortunate enough. I know Carbon Boy's been there, and he might have terrorised in a Suzuki Swift. I was fortunate enough to walk a few sectors of it, and yeah, I was surprised just how narrow and the rise and fall, how big the rise and fall on the circuit is in different parts of the track. Just incredible.
Yeah, it's. I'm sure like a lot of drivers when they come in real. Because I know like they'll generally track walk just to just have a look at the track, see what's going on, load their braking markers. I have to imagine for here it would be more of a track ride or a track drive because walking 20 something k's wherever it is just to see what the track's like, that's a whole day's work right there as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I kept it to a couple of K sections and drive between
that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, now take a breather, play every couple of Ks, one drink, simple.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, and Renegade here has put the foot down after having a 7.5 second gap in favour to Carbon Boy P2, now up to 9. Oh, sorry, 10 I should
nearly
say.
10 seconds,
Yeah, we're not even halfway through this sort of outlap here, which is a great job there from Renegade. Cruising, hanging in there with Carbon Boy, 2.5 seconds away. Really, that battle there isn't done yet, still plenty to play out there. Daz is getting hounded by Wartime, getting now 3.1. It was 6 seconds back when they're on the GP sprint layout. So
yeah,
Daz
this
here
is Wartime on his fresh tyres. Yep.
Yeah, Daz here as well on the fuel save. So really, he may get caught, but he will be due for one less pit stop. I do believe.
Yeah, during the race. Yeah, if he can maintain the 4-lap stints, absolutely.
Now the question is though for Daz, what will he do when it comes to the end? Because 4-lap stints, which means if you're doing a 4 and a 4 and a 3, provided it stays dry, which is a big factor to play here at the Green Hell. Will he fuel save for that last 3-lap stint, or will he bring the tank so he can go hard and attack people if he needs to in that last 3-lap stint? Because we know that the tank can make 3 laps with very minimal fuel saving, just a little bit here and there to make sure you got enough to make it back to the pit lane. It's I don't know, it's a tough question to sort of answer, I think. Whether or not he will.
He's got to be careful, because if he only fills to his historical fuel use, he won't have enough to challenge. He just has to circulate the same pace. So, I think if he's close to a midfield position at the end of all this, I think he'll go for it and send it.
Yeah, I'd say personally, when he comes in for his last pit stop, if Wartime is still behind him, he'll short fill it to try and extend that gap he's got over the car over Wartime. But if Wartime's in front, he'll chuck the fuel in, because from there it's 21 seconds back to Blue Dog in P6. So you might as well put the fuel in, have a safeguard, and go for gold.
Yeah, and the mediums, they can certainly handle 3 full laps of torture versus the softs. If you put them on, you get 2 hard laps out of it, but then the third would be compromised.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. Then we haven't seen it yet, nor do I think we will. But the hard tyre not being used by anyone, but the hard tyre I found it's like driving on ice most of the time. Like especially trying to get the thing warmed up and get to feel nice. It's very hard to get right, I found. So even though hypothetically you probably could get more than probably 3, 4, maybe even 5 laps out of it, it's just you're going to hate every lap you do, and you have to balance the throttle really nicely. The front's not going to bite. It's just going to be very torturous. So I reckon we won't see any hard tyre runners tonight, so medium will probably be the maximum we'll see, as well as the occasional soft runner, as we already have seen.
Yeah, Carbon Boy just went a bit wide there as we watched. Is getting a bit gloomy. Have you had any insights as to what the weather's holding?
I've been keeping an eye on that. The weather is getting a bit gloomy. Nothing is appearing on the radar just yet, but I will keep you informed if I see anything pop up. But for the time being, it's just the overcast, nothing to be scared about. We're all good.
Yeah, just a bit of cloud cover, and remembering that the track is sort of 24 kilometres long, and it sort of wraps around or in between and across various elevations. So a little bit of overcast weather will certainly look like this.
Also saying as well, Wartime's gotten past Daz here. Not sure when that happened. Daz has got damage in P5, massive damage. He's had a big clobber of the wall somewhere.
I'll just see if I was able to catch that. Might be a bit too late for it, but we'll give it a crack.
Oh, as Wartime's also found the wall again. Didn't get damage from it, but he did go off just before the second carousel. Right, I'm not sure what happened there, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have to go back through the replay later on and see. what caused that incident between the two drivers
Yeah, no, I
there from...
don't think I got that.
Yeah, that's alright, no problem. We'll just imagine that those two played a game of rock, paper, scissors and they got a bit too aggressive. So what we should see here, Renegade will come over the start-finish line to begin lap 5 of 11 here, about to be sort of getting towards a halfway mark of the race, give or take, ish, maybe. No, sorry, one lap later it will be, my bad. Yep. Carbon Boy in P2, 10 seconds to the good, behind Renegade. Cruising in P3, 5 seconds away. War time now in P4, 22 seconds away from the podium. So yeah, not sure what's happened there, but after being in touch on the soft tyres, he's fallen away in the second stint here.
Yep, and he did go on the mediums.
He certainly did,
yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So now Daz will be coming into the pit lane.
Yep, there he is.
After a very hard-earned slog, getting 4 laps to a tank. Well done to Daz for doing that one.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid fuel save. So if he does that again, he'll definitely avoid a stop.
Yep. He's going to go overtake him on level and 1, just carrying on the main straight as he sneaks on by. Blue Dog could be tied on the exit. Blue Dog here coming towards the end of the Dodger now into the last chicane before he goes on back onto the GP sprint layout. And I think Blue Dog will get by here.
Yep.
Daz will still be putting fuel in the car. Aussie Psycho will also be able to get past at this rate. Yes, he will too. And Good Doc, he will still be behind. Currently he is on the Dodger after doing a pit stop last lap. Okay, so here's the margin for Daz. He's currently got, once it lets him out of the pit lane and gives me an updated gap, 1 minute and 34 seconds, about 1 minute and 35, there you go. A 2 to the lead, minute 36. Alright, so he's got to now, he's got to put in the best laps he can to get another 4 laps. If not, go for 3 now and do the 4 at the end.
Yep.
It's going to be tough here because a pit stop here isn't going to take up 1.5 minutes, so Daz is going to have to really execute every corner perfectly to try and sort of bridge that gap to Renegade in P1, I feel.
Yeah, I think the part of it is that the guys at the front are driving well and their lap times aren't tardy, so like with Renegade, he's inked out another second there on Carbon Boy just in the first sector of this lap. He's driving really well. So's Carbon Boy. I mean, they're not shabby times at all for medium and ensuring a three lap fuel component.
Yep, definitely better than the one I plan on doing next weekend here at Sector 1 Sim Racing. That's for damn sure. And as well, like Carbon Boy also putting time on cruising. Now 7.7, so 7.5 let's call it, seconds between P2 and P3. So Carbon Boy here, even though not really catching Renegade too much, he's pulling away from cruising at a pretty decent rate.
Yeah, and look, he's got a reasonably full tank of fuel, fresh tyres, and he's so far on his fastest lap of the race, so he's getting into the groove.
Yep.
This track you do learn it after, like the learning just keeps coming. So yeah, 2.6 seconds up on his previous best, so certainly starting to be at one with the track.
I'd probably say, unless your name is Sabine Schmitz, is that her name? Yes.
As we talk, Carbon Boy was on the grass there. Oh, and he's touched the wall.
Oh, okay, yeah, he's popped a bit of damage.
Yeah.
Wow, okay, yes, open that gap up to Renegade in front. It's now going to be sort of licking his lips saying, yeah, boy, as the gap goes out to 14.5 seconds. Cruising sees the gap come down and the sort of the eyes get a bit thinner. He starts squinting a little bit, trying to focus on every apex he can.
Yeah, Carbon Boy pick up damage there?
He definitely did, on the front bumper and the right side tyre. Nothing you can't work through, but he's just gone away now, but he has lost a bit of time in the process. As Cruising hits the wall too, he's got damage. Oh my, he's gone a bit wide at the old miss.
Yeah, maybe that track learning and confidence, I mean, this track does buy it. It can come at a price, and we've seen 2 there in the space of one sector of a track. I'd
say really for everyone that drives this track, there's not many people that can say that they've haven't learned something new after every lap. There's so many things to do here, so many different sort of, I guess, sort of small, intricate little things to learn, which you're not going to learn them all in one lap. You're going to learn them over the course of probably hundreds over the course of your lifetime. Try and make sure you get this car right and do like the one perfect lap, some might call it.
Yeah, there's not too many Max Verstappens amongst us here that can just conquer the track at the first outing.
Oh, absolutely not. No, unless your name's Max Verstappen. But he's done plenty of laps in the sim. That's not important.
Yeah. Or his the other mate. I can't even think of the name, but it'll come to me. The name he went by in his first practice.
Yep, it'll come back to me too. So yeah, currently just keeping an eye on our possible sort of two-stopper here in the form of Daz, currently in P8. Gap is now a minute 43 to the leader, so a minute 44 now. So he is losing a little bit of time to Renegade in front, but I've got a feeling that's mostly down to the fact that he's not reaching a higher sort of max speed there, because, you know, short shifting, less fuel, less speed, so that generally how it works. But I can't see a reason why Daz here shouldn't jump up to the top 5, I reckon, doing the strategy. I think top 4 could be a stretch, but look, I've been proven wrong before.
44, the gap from 5. Yeah, he's certainly under pit stop to 5 and getting close to 4. So if P4 and P5 have any issues, or even the guys ahead of him, Daz missing a fuel stop will be within striking range.
Yep. Absolutely. I'm keen to see as well here what Blue Dog does, because he's here on a bit of an alternate strategy after boxing after 2 laps on the mediums. Very interesting here to see what he's going to do, but he's absolutely tearing his tyres to shreds here. Like, just comparing it to how I saw cars after the same amount of time, he's got a lot of wear on these tyres of his.
Yeah, I'm just interested here that if anyone is game enough to pull that ultimate strategy, that, you know, where they throw a set of softs into the mix.
Look, I think the only person who could hypothetically do that now probably would be Cruisin', but require him going on a maximum fuel save now, trying to eke out what would that be, 4, possibly even 5 laps here out of this tank, which is probably going to be too much to ask. But if he hypothetically could, he could then chuck in enough fuel for 2 laps, chuck on the softs and do essentially 2 qualifiers to bring the car home. But can't see that working out too well. Cruisin' currently of the top 3 is the best on fuel by a noticeable amount, but yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get 5 laps to a tank and do an alternate sort of red hot soft stint at the end.
So out of the top 3, how do they compare? I know they're only on this is their first lap out, but how's the tyre wear between them? Is there any one of the 3 drivers that are standing out in managing their tyres better?
Not too much, no, really. It's pretty even across the lot. I'll probably say that Renegade's probably got the best of the front tyres, but it's not much difference there, really. All cars are probably about maybe 20% worn at this point in time, so Renegade probably a bit of advantage in the corners, but really not too much to really be making any difference at this point in time.
Yeah, it's just interesting whether one of them will try the softs for 3.
Yeah, I think after seeing what Wartime did at the first stint, I can't see many of them want to give that a go. But look, if people want to prove me wrong, I'd be happy to see it.
Yeah, we'll just have a quick look. We'll throw back to the leader. Yeah, 16. So he's even inked out some more time where Carbon Boy did have the mishap. He's another second, nearly 2 seconds on top of that as well.
Yeah, definitely. Renegade here, as he's gone purple by almost 2 tenths here, so he's not messing about here. Ladies and gentlemen, watch out for this lap. It's going to be an absolute scorcher, I reckon. But yeah, really, the field here is definitely sort of spread out here. We've still got a couple of different races at play with Daz and P8 currently on the alternate strat. But be keen to see what these guys do here if they have to try and sort of worry about Daz. Like I said, only sort of P5, P4 will be the ones that have to keep an eye on it. But yeah, no, it's very tight. As Blue Dog here's going to come into the pit lane very shortly, as he's almost out of fuel and come up to the end of the Dodge. was also 25 seconds up on his personal best lap time, so very quick time from there, from Blue Dog, at least what would have been.
Yeah, so Renegade, the way he's picked up so much time just on the sprint track, he's really locked into this. He's purple by now by in excess of half second, I'd say.
Yep, I think that might be the case too. And really, it's just a case of, practice makes perfect. Prior preparation prevents piss poor performance and all that sort of jazz. So he's putting the hard yards to make sure he's getting this right. He doesn't want to come here and be second best. He wants to put on a show. Let everyone in Cat B know he is the big dog.
Yep, and looking at that, there's some curves he stayed right away from. Others he's taken the full curve. So yeah, he definitely knows.
Yep. Currently, just got another sector split. He's still purple, but he has lost a little bit of time. Only purple now by 3/4 of a tenth. So he's pretty much matching his time. He'd be on for a 9. This rate would be a 9, which would be a great lap to see.
I love how the cars move through here. There was no lift off there, so that was he's committed 100%.
Yeah, he's having a go, as the kids might say, and just keep an eye as well. The gaps between P2 and P3 have opened up now, 13 seconds between Carbon Boy and Cruiser. I thought it was only like 5 or 6 when I last looked, but no worries, carry on. That's all right.
Yeah, you can see how these sections, they run through the fast sections, and just how they tighten up can catch you by surprise very easily. Sorry, mate, Blue Dog?
No, I was going to say, just come out of the pit lane now. Nice set of fresh medium tyres, full tank of fuel. But he'll be going here till the end of...
Good Dog, yeah.
Yeah. So he'll be going here to the end of lap 9, effectively, and then he'll have... hang on, if I'm doing maths right. Oh, end of lap 8, sorry, my bad. End of lap 8, Blue Dog should be in, unless he tries to eke out a forced lap out of the set of medium tyres, which I'm hoping he does, because if he does go for that infamous forced lap, he'll be right on track to knock out a 2-lap soft sprint to the end.
Soft tyres, yep.
Won't see what happens there.
Yep. Let's just go back and look at Carbon Boy. He's built himself he's got a pretty solid buffer there either side of it. Renegade is just, he's monstering the track at the moment. And Carbon Boy's, yeah, really, we know they've both had their moments, but he's picked up probably another 5 seconds out of Cruising as well. So.
Yep. As I say, ladies and gentlemen, do not count out Cruising yet, just looking at the fuel gauges. Currently, Cruising has got nearly double the amount of fuel of 2 cars in front of him, so he's not out of us yet.
Well, we are nearly halfway through the race, so, or are we halfway through? Probably are.
Well, yeah, actually, we'll do it dead on, yeah.
I reckon we should give the sponsors a plug and give the audience a tyre and fuel update.
Right, then the APR Automotive, I remembered. Tyre and fuel update, you're in safe hands. So, starting off at the front here, we've Renegade once again in the Hooncourt Peugeot, currently on the medium tyres. He has got just under a quarter of a tank of fuel. Tyre wear's probably about 25%, 30% all around. Overall, looking pretty good. He is currently 21 seconds behind that. In P2, we have Carbon Boy, just under a quarter tank of fuel as well. Probably a touch worse than Renegade, but a pretty negligible amount. Medium tyres, same sort of wear, about 25 to 30% all round. Cruising in P3 there, he has got one third of a tank of fuel currently, probably a touch over. So he's doing a great job there on the medium tyres, about 25 to 30% all round. Probably a touch more front wear than 2 cars in front, but a pretty small amount. War time in P4, currently with just under a quarter tank of fuel, pretty similar to Renegade in P1. Pretty similar tyre wear as well on the medium tyre. Currently 25% to 30% all round wear. 11.1 in P5, he has got probably the least amount of fuel of anyone in the top 5 currently. He's probably got about, 1/5 of a tank, some might call it. But same sort of tyre wear again, 25 to 30% on all 4 tyres. On the mediums he is currently. Aussie Psycho in P6 here, similar fuel number to Cruising, so he's also on the fuel safe here, the GM co-driver is. Treating that Ferrari rail, the Ferrari master plan could be at play here. Medium tyres on the car and about 25 to 30% wear all the way around the 4 corners. Daz in P7 currently on the alternate strategy after doing a pit stop last lap around. He has got 2/3 of a tank of fuel, so he is currently the most in the field, but then again he has boxed a lot later than everyone else. On the medium tyres, and they are looking pretty fine, dandy, fresh, about 10 to 15% wear all the way around 4 corners. Blue Dog in P8 also just come out of the pits, this lap just gone effectively, so he has got 80% of a tank, so he's probably got the most fuel at this point in time. Medium tyres as new as a baby straight out of the womb, barely anywhere at all. And Good Doc in P9 just behind that. He's got just under a quarter tank of fuel, medium tyres on the car, and about 25% wear the whole way round. But, ladies and gentlemen,
and thank you APR Tyre and Fuel for the update.
Just been keeping an eye as well on the gaps and whatnot. Carbon Boys eat that gap out to Cruising once again. Now to 15 seconds after being down at 11 before. Wartime is within 10 of Cruising here. I've got a feeling he's catching up slowly. Just based on previous lap times, he's definitely making a gain. 11-1 very much in no man's land. 30 seconds either way. He's enjoying the scenery here of the Green Hill.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where this, like the fuel... Renegade's doing these times without the fuel impost on Carbon Boy. So it's quite interesting how he's doing that. He was 6 seconds better on the previous lap with very similar fuel and tyre from the... considering the 3 of them boxed together.
All right, see Renegade come in as well. There we are. Tank is pretty well empty. Comes in with 7 litres left in the tank. Carbon Boy on the way down to the start of the GP sprint layout. Come through a last little chicane. He'll be coming in too because his fuel is looking pretty dire. Let's see if he had any sort of advantage over Renegade this stint. Not really.
No, pretty flat. Be interested if these guys just where they fuel to.
And Cruising, I reckon Cruising's going around again. I reckon he's got the fuel for it. Dead set, he could be on here for a 4th lap.
And he'll
which
have
will
the
give him a
tyres.
3 lap sprint to the end.
He'll definitely
he
have
comes
the
in.
tyres for him. He's in.
Yeah,
Big
okay,
fuel
well,
save there, so.
great fuel save, well done, but he's just proving the commentators wrong and made me look like more of a fool than normal.
Yeah, you just got to wonder where they do this. Look, unless Renegade makes a mistake, at this point, if he keeps driving like that, the few behind have to pull the trigger on something different.
Yep, no, that's absolutely the case.
If they want to
We'll get an idea as well with these pit stops here, Wartime coming in, how Daz stacks up to the sort of cars around him. Daz currently, he is about to jump on to the Dodge. Wartime is in the pit lane with fuel going in. Just wait and see what happens first between Wartime leaving the pit lane and Daz crossing the start-finish line. Level 1 comes in the pit lane too. That'll also be a good test to see how it's all playing out. Right, yeah, there you go. So Renegade's out with a full tank. Carbon Boy's out with a nearly tank. And Cruising's out with a full tank.
Yeah, we'll have a quick look. We'll just stay with Daz to catch that time as he runs through.
Yeah. I think Wartime's going to get out. He will. Wartime's back on track. So I think Malevolent One's going to be the closest competitor.
He's just started his fuel fill now. Yep.
Aussie Psycho will be coming in the slap. Yes, he will be. So he'll get overtaken by Daz. Daz going through the last little chicane here. Gets on the power. Uses every possible available milliliter of fuel. Malevolent One still at the pit lane. Still got fuel going in. There we go. 100 litres. He is starting to roll out. But Daz has taken that position away. P5 now for Daz.
Yep, and that's where you said that P4, P5 is definitely within reach of Daz if he executes the strategy well. Oh, that said, he just kills the only remaining cone left on T1.
Look, I'm not sure what that cone did to him, but must have been, something really bad.
He aimed for it.
Daz there now has got 4.5 seconds over Malevolent One in P6 now. So the question is, can Daz keep Malevolent One behind for the remainder of the stint, in which Daz will have 2 laps left, I believe, of the stint, if my maths is right. Yep. Do this lap, coming into the next lap, and he's got 3 laps stint to go to the end, whereas the option of the fuel saving still, or going for gold and going as fast as the guys leading the race.
And cruising, that gap's around 13 seconds out to Carbon Boy. So,
so we did find some time there. Now
yeah.
let's, sorry.
Yeah,
Let's say 11 to wartime.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was just for the pit lane entrance there. It was about 17, 18, I think.
Yeah, so I thought it was about 5 seconds.
Yeah, great job there from Cruising there, getting the fuel save done to try and sort of mitigate some loss he's had to Carbon Boy. Renegade, though, has maintained that gap to Carbon Boy in there. 22 seconds now to the good. This is just a phenomenal performance there from Renegade.
Yeah, and he's kept it on the line. And surprisingly, like, to do those lap times, he's not racing at 9/10. He's racing at 10/10, and he's been accurate. So it's a really good drive.
Yeah, this may be classified as a mini enduro, but I think Renegade is classifying it as a mega sprint.
Yeah.
What is fuel saving, he says. Isn't that, what you do when you try and get to the grid? Oh no, Renegade here though is just going for gold. Doing a little bit of short shifting in sort of the shorter sort of sections of track there where it's very much tight and technical, where you sort of want that sort of, I guess, low torque and low wheel spin to be helping you out.
Yeah, if you can shift through there, it does allow you to achieve a reasonable fuel performance and still go hard down the straights, because if you're fuel saving on the straights here, it's a massive time battle.
Oh, that absolutely is. Through the corners, as long as you keep the minimum speed up, you're not going to notice much of a fuel save. On a straight, if you're going 10 k's an hour slower, you're going to feel it.
Yeah.
So
Actually,
just keep an eye as well.
It'd be interesting to see. I can't tell from here, but if down the last straight, it'd be interesting to see some speed trap times.
I will keep an eye for that next time they go around and see what each car's doing. I have to imagine your top three are going to be pretty similar in speeds. The one that I do when I watch is going to be Daz, to see what sort of speeds he achieves in that sort of car of his, where there's a fuel save going on. Currently, he's burning some time to level one, now 2.2 seconds away after being close towards 4.5 when this lap began. So, just wait and see what Daz can do here, but right now, if he picked a good spot to get caught, because getting into a technical section of the track we're trying to get past is pretty hard. So I think very much in Daz's favour here, this will be sort of holding up level 1 and maintaining that P5 position. But I've got a feeling the way that level 1 is closing in, that Donjahurst straight's just going to be like very painful for Daz there. I don't think he's going to be able to do too much to defend against that Thunder Esports McLaren.
No. And the other thing about these cars on the straight, you mentioned down the, I can't think of the name of the middle straight, it's...
The middle straight sounds good to me.
Yeah, the middle straight. The one with the sneaky left-hander in it, 2/3 down.
Yep.
That one there, you mentioned the top speed differential just by holding 5th versus 6th, but the fuel burn is quite different. And even even the last straight, the
the Donjahurst.
Donjahurst. If you depending what gear you actually hit that, it does dramatically affect the speed trap times by, I think it's something like 5 or 6 kilometres an hour.
Yep. Well, we'll get an idea in a second. We've got Renegade here coming through the sort of like technical section after the carousel and before the Donjahurst. So we'll get an idea of what sort of speed trap times we are getting coming under the Bilstein bridge, and we'll sort of see what people are achieving and what is the peak speed for everyone currently on track.
Yeah,
Wartime's doing a good job here. He's currently pulled like about 1.5 seconds on cruising so far.
Yeah, I was just saying, he's actually only a second, but he's taken a second out of Renegade, so that's Carbon Boy, and but Cruising's also closing the gap to Carbon, and Wartime's coming with him.
Yeah, very much he is. Wartime there with the left indicator on must be a sort of special strategy here. Putting the indicator on gives you an extra 5 horsepower maybe, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky. They're on the other side in Europe, so you might have been going for the headlight flash or windscreen
on for the wiper,
windscreen wiper. That'll do it.
Yeah, no, that's very true. Actually, you raise a very fair point.
Yeah, you rent a car in Europe, you actually do it for the first 3 days. Instead of
I'll
indicating
take
you're using
your
your
word for
wipers.
Alright, I'll keep an eye on here, ladies and gentlemen. Renegade's about to come up to the Donington Straight. I'll keep an eye on him and see what sort of top speed he can achieve up until he gets to the Bilstein Bridge. Let's see, as he jumps on now, opens the taps, foot flat to the floor, straight through the firewall. He's on a net lap here too, so there probably will be more speed to be gained when the fuel tank does get a bit emptier.
Does lighten.
It'll still give us a good idea. Let's see here, currently floating around the 268. Wait and see, he's coming up to the Bilstein Bridge now. There we are, so yep, 270, 271, 272, 3, 4. Okay. Right, yeah, so he's achieving the mid 270s on that sort of section of real estate there. Carbon Boy, let's see what he can achieve. Looks to be slightly down on the Peugeot of ESR Renegade. Close towards 273 there for Carbon Boy, but I think Carbon Boy may have lifted off early there to try and save a bit of fuel. Cruising to the next one we keep an eye on, who we know is on a bit of a fuel save, so I've got a feeling that he could be down a little bit in the speed trap here. Yeah, currently he's only floating around like 250. Yeah, he's way down, 20 k's an hour down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big jump, 20 k's an hour. As I say, and Wartime, Wartime they're hitting the mid to high 270s, so he's having to go with it, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's good to those little Peugeots. That top speed isn't one of their strengths, like compared to the Ferrari and that sort of thing. So, yeah, really good, and it just shows that Renegade is picking the line and picking the gear and the revs coming onto that straight, and he's not rolling off. Very confident
also
in his car.
here.
Yeah.
Yep, got an on McLaren here of level 1 doing the same thing coming up. But I want to see what Daz does here, because he's got a bit of a toe, but he's also on the fuel save. So we're keen to see what sort of speed he can achieve. Level 1, he's hitting 278, 270. He's hit 280. Level 1 is having a go here. Daz here, I think I saw a max speed there of about 272, I think.
Yeah, so he hadn't rolled off that much, but there, Malevolent One, that's super quick.
That's very quick here. Blue Dog here about to do the same thing. He hits 276 peak speed there in the CP Porsche. Holy Psycho halfway down the Dodge in the lone Ferrari. Let's see what he can do. I don't believe he's on a fuel save, but I could be wrong. Also on that lap here after boxing the last lap just gone. He's currently 275, I did see briefly there.
Yep.
Yep.
So yeah, apart from Cruisen, who rolled off a bit, but he might be looking for that magic extra lap.
Which I think that's not a bad idea whatsoever to be doing right now. Once again, just to try and give yourself a bit of a different strategy, try and catch up with the cars in front, but then also if you're expecting rain to come, I don't see any on the radar, but if you're expecting rain to come, it will help you out massively if you can get an extra lap out of the car to try and sort of put the tyres on at the right point, because you got like an 8-minute lap here. If you put it on too early, you got to drive around half a lap on dry track on wet tyres. Your tyres are going to cook like nothing else.
Absolutely.
So having that bit of flexibility is not a bad idea whatsoever. But also it can be a double-edged sword, because if you're driving slower now, you also got to take longer to get back to the pit lane, which means if you drive past the pit lane and see the rain coming in, you got 8 minutes to get back to the pit lane.
That's right.
Before that rain hits, yeah. So it's double-edged sword, that is, really. So it's very, very tricky to work out what the best sort of option there is. But we've got a couple of different options at play here with Renegade and Carbon Boy going for gold and Cruising on a bit of a save. That's not saying as well. Carbon Boy's made up a good few seconds here now, 15 to
Considering Renegade's purple that lap, so mate, is that a response? Is he seeing him coming and he's put his foot back down? So he might have just been looking after fuel a little bit there, but actually,
yeah, I'm just looking at the last lap times there.
Bloody
Carbon
9:14.
Yeah, I must have a mistake on the lap that we missed completely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
906 from Carbon Boy.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the timer. I think that's Renegade making the boo-boo, because that gap was in the 20s
It
before
was
the pit stop. So
22. Yep. And
Yep.
the positive thing is, it's looking very sunny, certainly through this section of track. So,
Yep, definitely is,
Good
which is
news
probably
for
going
the
to put a bit of a
drivers.
glare into the eyes. Yeah.
yeah,
Look, I'm not sure if they'd rather deal with a glare heading them into a broken zone or a track, but look, they've got one now, so they'll have to deal with it. Carbon Boy as well here. He's 2.2 seconds up on his PB of an 8 minute 14.6. So Carbon Boy might be putting the hammer down too to try and bridge that gap to Renegade. And Renegade said was purple on 8 minute 10, so he could be on for a sub 10 here. If he can get the slap hooked up, we'll get another sector split here in a second, I believe, on Renegade. Let's wait and see what number we get. He's down by 3/10, so he's there. Really, long lap to go. He can find 3/10 of a second to try and sort of beat his personal best lap and the fast lap of the race.
Carbon Boy's still taking time out of him. Yeah, nearly 2.7 seconds almost.
Yeah, I think I just missed the sector split there from Carbon to see how far he was up.
674 up on his best lap.
Okay, so he's still going. He's having a go with it. All right. So that will put him currently at a 8 minute 12 dead if he were to do everything else the exact same this lap. I've got a feeling though, if you found this much time so far, you're not going to start slowing down to try and maintain that sort of positive delta. You're going to keep having a go. And there we are, 2.7 after that straight there. He's going to 10th in a straight line.
Yeah, so he was carrying 6 down the straight, dropped it into 5th for that corner to carry momentum, and just coming up through here to the carousel.
Down the first gear for the carousel, which will be interesting. I found if you get into a low gear, because of how bumpy that inside of the carousel is, you put in first gear, the revs just pick up and the wheels want to spin.
Yeah.
But yeah, Carbon Boy's making it work, so good on him.
Yeah. Yeah, once, especially if you do hit that lip, it's quite a sharp lip, and if you got the foot into it, very easy to spin.
And even after the last stint, cruising with his mega fuel save, that's now gone out the window. Your top 3 cars are almost dead even on fuel. So either Renegade and Carbon Boy have came back to cruising, or cruising decided, well, you know what, I might as well try and challenge you guys the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, I think I think he's upping the pace because, you know, certainly Carbon Boy there nearly 3 seconds better of his best lap, and yeah, taken 7 seconds out of Renegade.
Yep. So Carbon Boy's lost a little bit of time going through these sort of technical sectors here. He's lost about 2/10 on top of what he had prior to the carousel. Had a look at Renegade before. He is purple by 0.5 at this point in time, so he is definitely still on track to be challenging for that fast lap of the race. Or he's already got it, but extending that sort of gap further, moving the yardstick for the boys.
Yeah, he's certainly not sparing anything through there. He's using the curbs.
Well, no idea here. We've got another sector split coming up as we jump onto the Don Jaher for the 8th time of asking here at the Nordschleife. The way Renegade just flicks the car into the corner here, very interesting. I love it. He's really just having a go, not slowing down, just telling the car, you're going there, you're going to like it. And he's up by 0.5 second. All right, we're on for a 9. We're on for a 9, ladies and gentlemen. Strap in, strap on. Here we go.
So he's definitely responded to Carbon Boy's challenge in that lap. And,
yep, no, I'd say so.
Carbon Boy would almost be seeing him down the end of the straight, so that gives a bit of incentive when you just start to get the glimpse of that guy in front. Yep, definitely can see him.
It's absolutely the case of when you see what you're chasing down after not seeing it for a while, you get that extra bit of motivation. And you just start really putting in the effort you didn't know you had in you. Carbon Boy there, still up on his PB, but he has lost about 0.5 second since about the halfway mark of the lap. Got a little bit back down the Don Jaher,
so,
but
will we have a new fastest lap? There's a 9 on the table.
Oh,
Yes.
it's mate, we're nearly on for the 8.
He did it by over a second. Wow. And you see it there in the split. He's pulled up 0.8 again on Carbon Boy there. Actually,
You have to remember as well. Yeah. But on that as well, before we hit the Don Jaher, just going through the technical section of the racetrack, he was only up by less than 1/10. So he's found a second in like 1/3 a lap, or a bit less than. That is a great effort there from Renegade.
I think that entry onto the straight, but also speed through that last chicane, where that late braking point and just flick it through the corners. There's valuable time you can catch up there, but you can also die.
Yep. Also as well, Carbon Boy did set a PB of the race of a 13 dead. So he lost a bit of time going through the back chicane there. Previous best was a 16, was a 14.6, so he lost a good second or so on the last sector of the lap. As Carbon Boy goes purple by 10.5, going through the first sector here. Hello, hang on. There's a challenge back on. Has Carbon Boy pulled the finger out? As I believe as well, Renegade's also purple. Cruising coming up to the first sector split. He's purple. Okay, hang on. Everyone's getting the happy hour here. Everyone wants to have a go at the fastest lap.
Yeah, I think, what's that, three to go? So...
Yep, Wartime's purple. Okay, new challenges entered the fray. Top 4 all looking at taking their fastest lap away from each other.
And they're responding to each other, so they're looking at the times.
Right, yeah, here we are. Daz comes in for his final pit stop on the alternate strategy. 4 litres of fuel in the tank. He'll be on for a 3-lap dash to the end here.
So does he short fuel, does he fill up and go hard, or does he short fuel to the 3 laps based on what he's driving and maintain the same pace?
With no traffic around him, I'd go for the full fuel. Just try and give yourself room to play with. He isn't boxing anyone else. He's got Blue Dog just behind him, but he's going to be out before Blue Dog is ready to go. Unless Blue Dog
starting his fuel run. Yep.
Yep. So right now, if I was Daz here, I'd be going for gold, brimming it, and having a go at the fastest lap possibly. Best lap currently from here is an 8:28. So he's currently got 20 seconds to be found over the course of the lap to challenge Renegade. So definitely, he should be able to improve that if he puts all the fuel in. Yeah, it's looking like so far he will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to the ramp.
No, he's just... He teased us. He teased us.
Yeah. I was going to say the hardest part about filling to the brim and going for it is that he's just spent 8 laps at a certain rhythm and a certain pace. When you change that up at the end, it can catch you out.
Also, as well, on the sort of the dash you would have had, it would have been giving him a recommended fuel number to make it to the end based on the way he's been driving previously. It's got like a little marker, a diamond, that lets you know if you fuel to here doing exactly what you're doing, you'll make it to the end. But if he plans on going harder, he's got to sort of subconsciously tell himself, no, I need more than that. I need to go beyond that diamond so I can attack and possibly try and catch some cars in front.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what his lap times do. If he's comfortable driving at this pace, and it's got a bit of a fuel advantage there in the pits, we'll know now. So he's finished pitting. We've got the other guys in front have got to run 1 more stop. So we'll get to see just how close he is to that 4 and 5.
Something I actually didn't see as well during the last pit stops is Wartime chucked on a set of soft tyres.
So someone's done it.
Yeah, okay, but I don't think that soft tyres are going to last another lap. So I think what Wartime's going to do here is he's going to box into this lap, chuck on another set of softs and do a 2-lap sprint. But I have to imagine everyone else in front of him are doing the same thing.
Yeah. So has he got... Wartime's got fuel to get to the end now? 3 laps?
Yeah, he's got the fuel. He can go end of this lap, absolutely. Anything beyond that, probably not.
Oh, okay, so he has to stop. Yeah, that lap.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and also the tyres, look, he'd be driving on probably hubcaps and probably the hubs actually if you try to go to the end on these tyres.
Yeah.
Like, if you try to go to the end, like, he'll make it to the end of this lap. Definitely tyres are going to be screaming, but he'll make it to the end.
I reckon he'll run softs for the last 2.
Yeah, be rude not to, I reckon. Have a go.
He just understeer there, straight into the wall.
Yep, I see you got damage from that too.
Yeah, because he was certainly the fastest car on track with the softs. But then guys like Renegade now on the mediums have just got their eye in and absolutely crueling it.
So I'd hate to see what these top 3 do if they do chuck on a set of softs, what sort of times they can achieve, because 8:9s on mediums, God, they'd be approaching the bloody 5s on the soft, surely. Alright.
So you reckon when will the top 3 be in this lap?
I'd say this lap for the top 3, top 4, top 5. Aussie Psycho, yeah, look, he'll probably be in 2. He maybe could do 1 more lap, but it would be a very touch and go lap for him at this point. The only people we'll see still going around will be Daz, who's just come out of the pit lane, Blue Dog, who's just come out of the pit lane, and Doc will be in at the end of this lap.
Yeah. I think if you Renegade, or any of them, you'd have to think going on softs with only 2 laps.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, well, there's a possibility here that Renegade leading the race, even though he knows the softs are quicker, he knows they do sort of die in the arse. So maybe he'll think just chuck on the mediums, and that way he's covered tyre-wise. He can just attack and know he's not going to lose out any sort of grip towards the end of the race.
And he has a 20-second lead, which is probably a little bit more than what a well-executed soft lap would do for these drivers.
Yep, no, absolutely, I agree with that. But look, we've been wrong so many times tonight as commentators trying to talk about what these drivers will do. So I think, I reckon they're listening in. Whatever we say they'll do the opposite, just to really, really peeve us off. So I reckon Renegade here will do the last lap in reverse, or not in reverse, I should say.
Well, he could.
Opposite, pretty opposite day here. Does in reverse instead. Surely, come on.
No, and look, Carbon Boy's got himself in a really good position here. He's sort of inked that lead out a little bit further over Cruising. So, even if he did choose a medium and go around and use the consistency, and Cruising went on softs, it's not a bad buffer to manage in that last 2 laps.
Absolutely not. Cruising has found a bit of fuel save back in favour of him towards the end of the stint, but it's not going to be enough to catch Carbon Boy. Like, he may bring that gap down by maybe 5 or 6 seconds, but not going to be enough to sort of be threatening him on the exit of the pit lane.
Yeah. Got no idea why I called.
Oh, it's Carbon Boy's off the track. Ooh. Just a very slight off there. He didn't get any damage, but he's going to have very dirty tyres come up to the small carousel here.
Yeah, he just flicked off over the edge of it. Yeah.
Very, very easy to do, but manages to hang on by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, and
coming on to
only lost sort of 3 seconds there, so not race threatening by any stretch.
No, definitely. He's still in a great spot where he is. So Renegade will be coming in this lap here as he comes towards the end of the big, long Dottinger straight. Carbon Boy will be following him in. Cruising will be following him in. Wartime on the deadest tyres I've seen in a fair while will be following them in. There we are. Renegade's in. Last stop of the race for him. Now, place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. What compound tyre does he run on to? Is it another set of mediums? Does he chuck on a set of softs? Does he mix it up with a set of inters? Let's find out.
I reckon 24 seconds I'd go mediums. Carbon Boy, well, certainly Cruising I'd look at softs. Carbon Boy probably mediums as well.
Oh, Carbon Boy and Cruising, I'd nearly say for them, you got to go to softs to try and sort of bridge that gap to Renegade, no matter what Renegade does. Because right now, you're sort of the attacker. You have to make that first move. Renegade's done all he has to do. All he has to do is just keep driving. It's up to the guys behind now to make something happen.
Renegade's out at 70%.
Okay, there you go. So he's not doing, 70%. That's enough to make it around at full pelt for 2 laps. And he's got another set of mediums for him. No, you called it. He's gone for the consistent tyre. Cool. 3 cars in the pit lane currently in the form of Carbon Boy, Cruising and Wartime. Carbon Boy, he's coming
70.
out.
Yep.
Yep, that right.
Identical. And he's on mediums. But look at that.
Let's just wait and see. No, soft tyres. He's gone for the gamble.
Yep.
Hot diggity dog. He's on.
Yep.
Cruising out with 60.
And look, I think he's got bloke in front of him as one target, and Cruising's on soft. So that's a defensive move there, because I think definitely Cruising would have gone for soft. So.
Right, yeah, okay, so we've got 2 laps to go, 24-second gap, soft tyres versus the mediums. Can Carbon Boy find 12 seconds a lap? Look, probably not, but I've been surprised before.
Yeah, I would think if these guys are doing an 809 on mediums, I think they'll be down close to 1-2s maybe.
Yeah, possibly, actually. You could be right. We'll just wait and see. Currently, right now, the first couple of sectors of this lap here, Carbon Boy's found a little bit of time. He's found a couple of tenths through the sort of last few corners of the sprint layout here.
So you remember too, Renegade's been doing 15s, 14s, 15s, and he's just fueled just enough to cover it. So he's not going to be able to respond too much more than what he's already done, which has been magnificent.
Yep.
You know, his lap times have been, and the gap that he's created. But I'll sit back and cry if we're wrong again.
Oh, look, if we do, then I expect nothing less, really. Yeah, currently, it's really up to Carbon Boy to see, because fuel-wise, the top three are pretty much the same fuel-wise. They've all got their own sort of saving strategy. They're all running off. It's just the case of the extra group in the corners. Can that bridge that gap?
How's Wartime's fuel compared to these guys? Because he's very impressive on softs in his first stint.
Yep, Wartime, he put in the most fuel currently. He's got 3/4 of a tank, so he will went to about 75, I believe. So not much more fuel, but enough. Actually, hang on, no, sorry, he went a bit more than that, because we're currently on the Nordschleife now, so we went closer to maybe the 80 mark. Probably a bit more than that in the pit lane. So yeah, he's going to be dropping qualifiers.
He will be.
So watch out for Wartime.
Yep, he'll be sending it.
Yep. He will be having a firm and thorough go.
And we'll go to 11 at 1 first, so he's only 15 seconds to the front of Daz. Fair gap up to Wartime and P4, so Wartime's got that position locked up, bar an error.
Yep.
Daz, Blue Dogs, less than 3 seconds behind him. Are they looking comparable, tyre and fuel?
Yeah, they're pretty well on the same strategy at this point. Both on medium tyres, both with the same fuel pretty well. So those guys are going to be racing each other for position if one can catch up to the other.
Plenty of time for 3 seconds to either increase it or lose it. Yeah.
I thought Daz for sure would have been a challenging Malevolent one a bit harder towards the end of this race here. But yeah, currently Malevolent one's been to the pit lane, chucked on a fresh set of softs and put in more fuel. He's currently got 15 seconds on Daz. So
that's likely to grow over those last 2 laps, given that tyre
differential.
Yeah. We got Blue Dog. He's on 4 seconds. Best part of 4 seconds to the arrears of Daz, but he's got a pretty good lead there over Aussie Psycho at 31 seconds, and then back to Aussie Psycho and Good Doc. It's a couple of minutes there, so just one of those races on this track for Good Doc. I'm sure he'll be glad to see the end of it.
Not every race can go your way, unfortunately, and to get to the good days, you first have to go through the bad ones, so it's all good. Good Doc, if you're listening, mate, chin up, mate. This is just one step along in the rest of the season. You'll have a low point somewhere, and if this is it, mate, that's not a bad place to have a low point. And from here, mate, on the uphill. Yeah,
that's right. It's just one of those tracks. So we'll go back up the front and have a look. So 23 seconds. We're halfway through that lap with the softs. I'm pretty sure he came out at 25 seconds. So the impact hasn't been huge at this point.
Yeah, currently only a couple of seconds there in favour of Carbon Boy, which, while it is good to see the gap coming down, it needs to come down a hell of a lot quicker for Carbon Boy to be challenging for that win.
That's right.
Renegade here, if I hire him, I went 90%, just, not giving it all the beans. You've got plenty of gap. Even though the car behind is catching, if you just keep it clean, you won't be able to catch it soon enough to really be a threat to your win.
Yeah, it'll be interesting through this next tight section. Just any differential from the 22-second mark that Carbon Boy can pick up on the softs.
Yeah, especially that whole last sector there, running from the exit of the carousel to the Donjihurst Straight. That's going to be very favourable to those run on the soft tyres. It's all fast sweeping corners. Having the extra grip will serve you greatly. As Carbon Boy gets the gap below 22 seconds now. Currently, it's gone back up about 22 as I say that. I'm going to shut up now again. Coming out now out of the carousel. Come up to the section where the soft tyres should shine.
Oh! He's hit the wall.
Carbon Boy has found the wall. Yep.
He
just
hit the curb. It might just hold second place, but it's put a race on, that's for sure.
Yep, definitely. That gap to cruising, I'm going to say updates for me, has now come down to 9 seconds. Oh, that's cruising. Oh, he went off 2 for a second. No, but he saved it. 9.5 seconds to cruising now. Gap between him and Carbon Boy.
Unfortunately,
Carbon Boy's still nursing.
I missed that. Oh no, we got it. Yeah, just hit the curb and then into the wall. Wow. It's
Yep, Cowboy now doing the old trick here that Wartime was doing, chucking on the left indicator, try and gain the extra horsepower or turn the wipers on. I don't know yet, one of the two.
oh, and
Yeah,
put
Karen.
cruising off. Oh, he's back
Yep,
on the grass there. So
Yep, he's going to get some dirty tyres from that, but we will continue on. As Blue Dog has gone past Daz as well, they're going side by side here on the run into the carousel here, or a couple of corners before. Sorry, Blade, just taking away from the front battle. Just saw two cars very close together.
oh,
So
Daz is
just let you
wide
know.
there too. So
Yep.
that'll be
Okay,
another couple
and
of
that-
seconds adrift.
That battle has now been extinguished for the time being. They got scared of seeing us put him on the stream, and they said, "No, we can't have that." And Daz has fallen out of the carousel too. Oh, that's going to kill him. Oh no. Gap's out to 2.1, 2.2 seconds down. The gap is growing.
Yeah, it's we're actually, we're best part of well over 80 minutes into it, so it is hard to keep the concentration up. But yeah, the curves here are unforgiving. And they're misleading. There's some there you can just smack, and then others do the opposite.
Yep, no, I think that's very much the long and short of it there.
Yeah. Actually, Cowboy's done really well here. I'm just wondering, Cruisen's had a bit of a mistake around that section as well, because he's still 14.5 seconds up.
Yeah, actually, something's happened there because the gap to Cruisin' and Carbon Boy was around the 8-second, 9-second mark, and now back out to 14. So I've got a strange feeling here that Cruisin's made a similar sort of error as what Carbon Boy did. Some points throughout the lap. We missed that completely. No damage on the car, so must have been just a very minor one if it was the case. As we begin the last lap now of the Nurburgring Nordschleife Mini Enduro for Cat 2B here on a lovely Sunday night. And look at that, Renegade is purple
already.
once again through the first sector.
On the last lap.
He's
so
gone. He's
90
doing a
minutes
Peter
of
Brock.
concentration. Yeah, 90 minutes of concentration. He's not leaving anything on the table here.
Yeah, and we do know for a fact, based on his last personal best fastest lap, he did lose some time running through like the back end of the track after the carousel. So if he gets that right, there's a good second to find there, I reckon.
Yep.
At least.
Yep.
Yeah. Currently as well, Carbon and Cruisin' also purple, unsurprisingly, on their soft tyres. I'll try and get a gap for the ball to get past the timing split. Cruisin' up by 10th on the
And
personal
purple
best lap currently.
First sector.
Yep.
Yep.
Carbon Boy up by 2. Alright. So even after that, with Carbon Boy and Cruisin' on soft tyres, Renegade's still up on the fastest lap more than they are.
And he's pulled out again.
Yeah.
So that consistency
yeah.
on the mediums, and I mean, part of that's because of the issues the two drivers have had behind, but that 14, 15 lap time consistently, no mistakes, that's been the secret to this.
Just essentially putting the laps in every time, just taking it corner by corner, getting everything right bit by bit, and adds up to one big whole great result. And we've also got, well, actually, we're going to have a battle in this last lap too, because Blue Dog and Daz have sort of found each other, separated by half a second as we begin the last lap.
Daz got a good run out of that onto the straight there.
Yep, also saved personal best lap of the race of Nate at 22.5, which isn't too bad considering that he has been on a fuel save this whole time around.
And these two have got enough fuel to fight it to the finish hard.
They will have enough fuel to fight, absolutely. I'm sure if you Daz, you're going to want to be sort of saving a little bit for the start of the lap so that you can attack and make sure you take the Tollinger at full pelt for the end. Because trying to take that at sort of a semi-half speed, if you're in front, will just, the slipstream will kill you.
Yeah, those
down that
Porsches
straight.
aren't slow either. Straight
Now, so
line.
as Blue Dog
and
goes
he's
off,
wide.
Blue Dog's
He's
off the
wide.
track, he's found the
Oh,
wall. Well,
Let's have a
that's
look at
extinguished
that.
that battle again.
It looks like it was just oversteer.
Yep, and he's done it again as well. He's gone off the track again just after that. Didn't hit the wall, but he has lost more time to Daz. Gap is now 10 seconds and growing.
Yeah, Yep, there he is, just pushed wide on the grass, and yeah, wall and damage, but we'll just stay with this and see what he did second time round. Dirt on the tyres, yep, just acceleration, touch of paint on the curb, and that's all she wrote.
Just want to say as well, Carbon Boy is putting these tyres to work. He's currently found a second on Renegade this lap, so he's definitely going to be challenging for that fastest lap when this race is done. He won't be for the win, of course, but just that little psychological blow, that couple extra points in the championship can go a long way when the fat lady starts singing. Just waiting to see if I can get a sector split from Carbon Boy here to see how far up he is on that time of Renegades. He definitely is up, there's no way he's down. Coming up to 1 now. He's only up by 10ths. That's very interesting there. I thought he'd be up by a lot more, but okay, rightio, carry on, good sir.
Yep.
As Renegade's also up by 10ths, so that's really strange here.
Cruise a little bit wide there. Wartime's pulled 4 seconds. So he's making use of those softs.
Yeah, he's definitely not going down with a fight Wartime. He, well, it's definitely an outside chance. There is a chance of a podium here. He's going to make sure that he can put the time in.
Hey, he's
1.7 seconds up.
1.7 seconds.
Okay, alright, so forget what I was saying before, like, if Wartime can keep it hooked up, he'll take the fast lap of the race, I reckon, without hesitation.
And he's got 50% of the lap to go.
Yeah. I don't think Cruising's any danger of being caught if he's clean, but just, I'm sure Wartime's going to be looking at that delta and just thinking, can I get that gap below 9 seconds, below 8 seconds? Try and see before the race is done, you know, how close he can get. This is going to be very interesting here, coming up here to the end of the race. Wartime here coming onto the back straight, up by 1.1, so he's lost a little bit of time.
But he's still
He's
about 7
still
seconds better this lap than on a full lap to Cruising at Cruising's current pace.
No,
Gap's down
absolutely,
to
I
10.
agree with that one.
Yeah.
And Cruising's 1.3 down in his PB, so he's not challenging the fastest lap anymore. He's just bringing the car home.
Well, Wartime, there's a podium here. 1.5, he's holding it.
Gap is now below 10 seconds to Cruising. Look, honestly, I know I know I said it's probably a bit too much to ask, but the way Wartime's driving, he may have a shot here.
Absolutely.
And this ain't said and done yet. If he can just save enough fuel, Wartime, to go absolutely full pelt down the Don Jahur, it will give him the best shot catching Cruising. Getting the corners right beforehand will help, but having that max speed to be able to rev the absolute tits off that Porsche 6-cylinder engine,
and
that'll be the way to go.
Through this section here, like he's heading a second away, you know, every 2 or 3 corners. So, yeah, never say never. We'll quickly go to the front, have a look at Renegade. Absolutely safe as houses up there. He's maintained the gap. Purple 0.254, but we know someone's going quicker behind him. Carbon Boy has cemented out another 3 seconds on Cruising, so with no mistakes, he's really looking at a solid second place here.
That's well and truly true here, definitely. Yeah. I think for all these guys here, for your top 3, essentially, it's their positions to lose effectively.
Yeah, Cruising 3
probably
seconds down on his best lap.
Yep.
2.9.
And Wartime there, while he still is finding time, he's only got it down to track left to really be playing with. Cruising. Oh, Cruising's actually in the sand. Oh my god, hang on, okay. That gap's going to come down a fair bit in a second. Hang on, let's see. As Wartime comes through that corner fight, now 4 seconds, about to be 3. Okay, hang on, ladies and gentlemen.
It is on. It is on.
Get your popcorn ready. We've got a last lap dash for the podium. Not even last lap, last sector, effectively.
And he still managed to hold the purple behind Renegade. So.
Right, yeah, then. But I think we should just keep an eye here on Renegade here, who's about to be coming up to the final couple of corners here.
There's Cruising. He's in P4 now. Cruising's had a bit of an issue out of through that right-hander running up.
Yep, but coming up to the start finish line there, we have Renegade taking the win for Huncorp Esports. Great drive there.
Geez, that caught us. That was quick. Carbon Boy, absolutely 27 seconds to the better, and on his fastest lap on the last lap. So I think that makes up for
And-
those few little mistakes he made.
Yep, and Renegade there didn't be his fastest lap. He was short by 200ths of a second. So, nothing at all. And then we still got Bell here, cruising to the slipstream, going down the back straight. These guys are weaving all over the place. Oh my lord.
Great second.
Yep, Carbon Boy second, yep, sorry, with 8:12
what can
PB, but back to the Bell for
here?
third. He's going to have to go for a big dive if he wants to have a crack at anything. He's going to be close enough for it. Wartime's probably going to have to defend it.
Really hard to do there. Yep.
Yeah.
He's got good,
Oh,
good corner speed.
Wartime's in the
Wartime's
grass.
wide.
Oh no!
Cruiser
goes back to the lead. Or back to
He's got
P3.
it third. Wow, what a try. Wartime gave it everything there. He absolutely gave it everything. And Cruisen's composure to, it got messy. He just maintained that composure, kept track position, and locked up for, we'll go to Malevolent 1, coming down the straight for P5. Yeah, that was really good by both drivers.
It was a great battle there. Watch.
Issue there. Yeah.
And good to see after 9 minutes of racing on one of the longest racetracks you'll find that two cars are separated by a couple of car lengths. That is
on the last corner.
Phenomenal. Yeah. Actually, Malevolent here in P5. He's
purple.
Hang on a second here. An unsuspecting challenger for the fastest lap battle has just entered the chat. Couple of corners to do to make it happen. Gets a good run through the chicane at the end of the lap. He found the wall. The commentator's curse. He's not going to lose the position from it, but that fastest lap's going to go.
That was an impressive time. He was 2 or 3 tenths purple there, but a great P5 from Malevolent nonetheless. That was a very solid race. Daz managed to lock down this P6, so we've missed something there, like just through his driving, but Bulldog was only 3 seconds to the arrears there, but this is a great run by Daz on an alternate strategy.
Yeah, I think Blue Dog there just because of that sort of a couple of incidents at the start of the last lap.
Yeah,
well Daz there on the alternate. Blue Dog will be next one across the line.
Yeah.
Coming up to the start finish line now, just one straight to go. Remember,
Blue Dog started from rear of the grid too.
Yep, made up 3 spots there. Great job there from the CP driver to snag a P7. Aussie Psycho will be the last of our finishes with Good Doc being a lap down. Oh, and okay, the time has run out. That's very strange. Not sure why it's done that. But carry on. That, ladies and gentlemen, is Sector 1, Round 5, mid-enduro, Cat 2B. Right and done.
We'll get those results for you as soon as we can. Okay, so our first mini-enduro at Nurburgring Nordschleife. Round 5, absolute commanding win by Renegade. I've got to say, I think that's probably the best race I've seen him in Sector 1. He's really, he really sent a message there. Got the best lap as well, 8.09.145, total time of 93 minutes. So, yeah, really well done to Renegade. The next two, Carbon Boy for P2 and Cruising for P3, rounding out the podium. Again, really good races. They both had their moments, but they were both able to keep their track position, cement their times, and see it through to the end of the race. Wartime, absolute brilliant drive there. I'm pretty sure he started a fair way back, but to put himself in contention for the podium on the last lap, in the last corner, he was only probably a tyre width wide. On that thing that sort of sent him across the track. So really great drive there. Malevolent 1, P5. Daz on the alternate strategy, P6. Well driven and really solid points, bearing in mind this is an enduro round for these guys. Double point round. And Blue Dog in P7. Aussie Psycho in P8. Good Doc in P9. And unfortunately a DNF for Lambinator. Your thoughts on that, Captain Muffin?
What a race is all I can say. Even though the cars seem to spread out at the start of the race there, a lot of them sort of come back together towards the end, sort of different strategies coming together. And it gave us something to talk about for the whole time, which is what you want to see, which you find in enduros, it's hard to keep the conversation going, keep it interesting for a long period of time. But the guys on track did a great job to ensure that we had something to discuss and something to look at. and to very occasionally scream about while they were racing there. But I thought it was a very good race there from the guys in Cat 2B. Thoroughly enjoyed commentating that.
Yeah, just looking at the chat, yeah, we've got Grovel there. Well done, Renegade Carbon Boy and Cruise on the podium. Fourfold Shape, Renegade crushed it. Well done. Your thoughts, mate, on driver of the day?
Oh, look, for me, it's hard to go past Wartime, I think. He put in a sensational effort to start P6, go the alternate strategy, start on the soft tyres, get to the lead, sort of fall back from that, but then be fighting for a podium at the end. Like, yeah, one small error that cost him that, but at the end of the day, I still think he put in a great performance and definitely a well-deserved driver of the day nomination, I reckon.
Yeah, I concur. Like, he was just, yeah, as I said, half a wheel off the curb from achieving a great podium and running that different tyre strategy. Also, the start position, yeah, I concur and would support that. But just got to say an honourable mention to Renegade. That was a really, really good race. Controlled it from the beginning. So that was really good to see.
Yep, it's like definitely Renegade, definitely special mention to that for putting on an almost dominant performance, I might call it. But it's hard to back for the winner. Like when they put on a dominant performance, even driver of the day, it's just like, I was gonna say something very inappropriate there, but it's like making their head grow bigger than it needs to be.
Yeah.
No offense to you, Renegade, you done a great job, but like we know you've won the race, you can have that, but
Yeah,
driver of
and
the day
fastest
goes
lap.
to
And fastest lap.
yeah, and
So,
fast lap too.
yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. No worries. Well, look, that wraps up our Cat 2, Cat B race. We do have another mini enduro for our Cat A drivers to come ahead. Captain Muffin, mate, thank you as always for race directing tonight and helping with commentary. You certainly make the streamer's job a lot easier than it can be, so really appreciate that. What we'll do, we'll have a short intermission, so we'll bring in our Cat 2 Group A drivers, but we're also going to introduce a new streamer, an RD. So Sector 1 will be back with you very, very shortly. Don't go away.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1. We are here tonight for some Category 1 racing action around the Palisades Village.
Let's go. I wake up to a little bit of drool on my pillow, feel like it's gonna be a bad day. Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet, damn, ain't that great. I don't wanna go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life, cause I don't feel alive, and there's nothing that makes me happy. Hold my beer for a minute, I'm about to quit my job, cash in for a ticket. I'm going on a trip and I don't plan to visit. I'm gonna stay there till I feel like I'm winning all. And this is just the beginning, I need a big change, only feel like living. I need a big swing, home runs I'm hitting, and I'll never look back, moving on till I get it all. And we all got dreams, we all want things. But what you gonna do for it, how you gonna move for it, what you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? Let's go! Hey!
Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1. Hey, I think I'm Sector 2! Oh my goodness!
Geesh went wide.
Oh, he's run wide and goes dead!
Oh my! Oh no! No! You can't do that!
It's in that steering wheel. What that hurts.
Bunty is somehow keeping it on the track surface! It's a spectacular drive and he will take his first win in the top flight of Sector 1. Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1. We are here tonight once again to complete the second half of tonight's proceedings. It is of course the Nurburgring Enduro back for part number 2. We do have Category 2A kicking us off in a moment's time. My name is Lenosis, and joining me in the commentary box tonight is last race's podium sitter. It is Carbon Boy. How are we doing tonight, Carbon Boy?
Good evening, Lenosis, and everybody at home watching. I am hot and sweaty right now, but otherwise doing pretty darn well considering the last 2 hours.
Yeah.
I'm quite excited for this race, though.
Yeah, it should be a good race. Based off what we saw last race, I think a couple of extra drivers, full grid here tonight. Wait, do we have a full grid or are we missing a couple? I don't even know. I haven't even checked. But we've got more than 9.
We do have 12 drivers on the grid this evening. I believe I can't think of who is missing off the top of my head. Unfortunately, my brain is slightly mush given the last 2 hours I've had to endure. But that is okay. I guess 12 is better than 9. So rather than hold things up, what do you say we push that big rainbow-coloured button?
Well,
and we get qualifying underway.
Normally, I would be keen to get things started as soon as possible, but for the first time ever, we're actually ahead of schedule coming into this. So I reckon we've got a couple...
Whoa. Hold up. What?
Yeah, qualifying scheduled for 7:45, and it's currently 7:44. So we'll just have a quick look.
Okay. Note this down in the schedule, in the calendar. A Sector 1 stream was ahead of schedule. Don't care if it was even a minute. It's ahead of schedule.
Well, it was 2 minutes until about 15 seconds ago. But let's have a quick look at the track map to remind everyone of the situation tonight. It is, of course, the endurance round. 3 times tyre usage, 4 times fuel usage, 3 litre per second refuel rate. Soft, medium and hard tyres are available with no compulsory tyres. So that means these drivers can pop on whatever they want to go the 11 laps. Speaking of 11 laps, it will be the 10 minutes qualifying session on the short layout, followed by an 11-lap race, approximately 90 minutes on the endurance layout of the Nurburgring Nordschleife. So we saw a couple of strategies in the previous race. My favourite, and the one that Carbon Boy went with, is the medium soft. And we've also seen a couple of drivers trying the soft tyres the whole way. I don't think we saw any hard compound tyres. But
no, I don't think you will see hard compound tyres because you will run out of fuel long before the longevity of the hard tyre comes into effect, unfortunately.
So, now we are on schedule. So I reckon you whack that button with all your might and force. Try not to break the desk when you do it. But what do you say we go
Hang on. That's
here
contradictory.
At the
You tell me to smash a button with all of my might and force, and then tell me not to break something like that. That's just no.
Well, no, you can break the button. I just said don't break the table.
Ah, wow. In that case, anyway, the button has been pushed, and the guys are lined up in pit lane, ready to go. What do you say we get into this? Because I am slightly tired, but very excited, actually.
Yeah, should be a great race. As the first few drivers make their way out onto the track. So the first driver tonight is Blind Man. Now we didn't have a quick look at
that is not correct. The first driver out on track is
we'll
Madrick.
wait till they go through the timing line. But in terms of the point situation, Blind Man is currently the 14th driver on the grid. He is last in the championship, but that's because he missed the opening round of the season, which dropped him down to Group B, and he has been shuffled up for last race and this race. So as they've gone through the first timing sector, we can see them in all their glory. The correct order on the track. So Madrick, number 15, Black Rose car, is out on track tonight. He will lead them away for this 10-minute qualifying session. Currently second in the championship, Revs. He makes his way out on track this evening in the 36 purple Datsun car. Just behind him, we do have the chrome of the Symmetry car of Greg's. Behind him, the championship leader. It is, of course, the number 7 of Mr. Bumcrack, looking very, very strong this season. And behind him, we do have Blind Man, which we were talking about earlier. He makes his way around.
Speaking about moving up groups and shuffling, that reminded me that one of our absent drivers tonight happens to be Budsy from CP Motorsports, who is serving a one race in the sin bin, unfortunately, for a bit of a incident last round at Autopolis.
He was a little naughty.
One of our. It was a little bit naughty, and the stewards have seen fit to slap him with a one race penalty, which is unfortunate. But I do trust that he will learn his lesson from that, and will be coming back in round 6, firing on all cylinders.
Absolutely. So just behind him, we do have the boss. He started this season with an absolute whitewash, scored every possible point he could in the opening round at Watkins Glen. But since then, he served a race ban. He's had a rear of grid penalty, and never really found his feet in the middle stages of this season in that McLaren. But he's still only P6 in the championship, so he's not down and out. Good result tonight with the double points round. Could see him straight back into that championship fight, which I think everybody would love to see. Just behind him, we do have last week's race winner performing a magnificent move at the final corner on the final lap to take the race win. It is, of course, P3 in the championship, Black Project RX-7. The other Kraken car, he is looking in spectacular form heading into this one. His ability to fuel save and tyre save around this track could be absolutely critical to executing a spectacular race strategy here tonight as he crosses the line to go P4. To have Super Fun Happy in the Hooncorp car. He goes P6. Will then be Keza for Brocchio 5 Sim Racing. He stays P9. It will then be P10 in with VF. P11 to cross the line is Grovel. And he goes P4. That's a good lap. Something else to mention here tonight is that you may see the Black Rose car of Rudzi in the pit lane. He is serving a rear of grid penalty for accumulating too many points on his Sector 1 license. So another driver being a little bit naughty, but we'll see him in the race in a moment's time. Won't we, Carbon Boy?
I'm just riding on board at the moment with Revs, who is currently half a second purple coming into the final chicane. So he's currently sitting P2. He's 7.5 tenths behind Madrick, who's currently got the fastest lap with a 126.7. See if Revs can get a really good exit out of that final corner.
Looked
Get
very,
the
very
power
smooth.
down.
And he does go
There
to
we go.
pole. Great lap from Revs. Next will be Bumcrack. What can he do? And Blind Man behind with the slipstream. He goes to pole. Wow, from P4 up to P1. The boss goes P6 with that last lap there. No improvements at the moment from the next few drives across the line.
126.3 from Blind Man in the Ferrari. That is a very solid lap.
Yes, that's for sure. Wow. This qualifying is starting to take off. As Grovel peels into the pits, just for a change of tyres, I assume. Now, the beauty of this short circuit is that you can get many flying laps in the short amount of time that we do have for the qualifying session. And it's quite a bit of a stark contrast going between the short layout and the endurance layout, it must be said. You go from one of the shortest tracks on the calendar straight to definitely, no arguments, the largest on the calendar. Onto brakes into the chicane now.
I would say so. It is, what, about 24 kilometres long, give or take?
Yeah, always into the pits. That's sad. But the Bumcrack does go around. He's going to set a lap. And you would assume he must be up, considering that he goes around. And he does improve his time, but not his position. Finds himself in a bit of qualifying no man's land at the moment. Half a second either side of him. So after the really, really close qualifying we had in Autopolis, things are starting to spread out a little bit in the Cat 2A field here. Superfun Happy improves in position and lap time to P5. That's a great lap by him. He'll be very happy with that.
And you're right when you say there's quite the spread in the field. I'm just watching Mr. Bumcrack in the Kraken Ferrari at this point. He's 2.5 tenths up on his best time, but he's sitting in P4 at the moment, and he's 9 tenths behind Blind Man, who is also in a Ferrari. So it's quite the contrast in levels of pace in the same car around the same track.
Yeah, exactly. And I think when it comes to the short circuit, I think a lot of these guys, they probably didn't put too much time into practicing this section of track, more so the Nordschleife. So, yeah, I'd say I'd take qualifying with a pinch of salt. I don't think it's going to be any indication for the race at all.
I must confess that I did not do my first practice laps of the qualifying circuit until about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Most of my practice was on the Nordschleife, trying not to bin it, and yet still managed to do that a couple of times during the race. So maybe I should have spent more time qualifying practice. But anyway.
As Greggs improves, not into the top 8, but he's giving Madrick a nice tow down into the first turn. But the problem for Madrick now is that he's going to have the traffic to deal with. He's got nowhere to go. He's already being held up a little bit. The boss goes to P5. He'll be happy with that. So Madrick and Greggs are fighting here with a couple of minutes left to go in the qualifying session.
Oh, and the boss has binned it at turn 1.
Oh no!
He had a fantastic slipstream from, I believe that was Keza, and Keza moved out of the way going out of the main straight, but the boss just kind of took too much of that inside curve on turn 1, got the McLaren airborne, and well, once you get that car unsettled, you're basically just a passenger at that point.
Yeah. That reminds me of Season 7. The season opener for this group as well, and it was the number 21 car of Freelix, and he spun at that corner in a very similar way to what the boss did, and I made the season intro for that season, and I may have immortalized that little accident of his, and I don't think he's forgiven me yet, unfortunately.
Sometimes if you make a moment, whether it's good or bad, sometimes you've just got to live with it. So a little bit of forgive and forget, please, Freelix, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
Riding on board at the moment.
comes around the
Sorry.
final corner, and Keza, it's a little bit of traffic for him, but will that hinder him as he approaches the line? No, it doesn't. He extends his lead at the top. It will then be... no, I'm not too sure who it is, but it is Black Project that crosses the line, I apologise. And he does go P6.
Oh, VF is having a bit of a mare at the final, at turn 1. He's also binned it. Sorry, no, that's the final turn. My bad, I'm looking at the wrong part of the track map.
Who, sorry?
VF for Dadson Racing in that beautiful gold and black Bacchus Beers car. I think he may have just found the inside wall and got the car stuck up on it, and he's...
Oh, wow, he's had a massive moment coming to the first turn. Wow.
I'll tell you what, that was a nice slide, and if he was in a drift competition, that would be amazing. Unfortunately, we are not. So not ideal.
Let's have a look if we can catch what happened at the final turn on the action replay. And yeah, that is exactly what you described. He misjudged his turn in and just clobbered the wall on turn in on the apex there. So a little bit unfortunate for VF, but he'll carry on. Won't be improving from P9 tonight. So Blind Man approaches the final corner. What can he do? He's looking like on par at the moment. What lap is he going to do? Can it be a 25? Oh, a 26 flat. That's a great lap to put half a second on the field. And I believe Black Project goes up to P4. That's a good lap from him. Pipsy's team boss. The boss has a half-second penalty, so he will not improve. And I think we've just got these two cars left to go. One of them is Grovel, and the other is that Greg's ahead of him. No. Oh, it's VF and Grovel who are about to cross the line. VF is definitely down on his time, and I don't think Grovel will improve. Oh, he does improve. Goes to P7, so he does well there.
I think he'll be happy with that last second moving up a spot or two.
Yeah. And we will have to wait the full duration of the end of session timer because Rudzy is serving his rear of grid penalty. Now it is in the regulations that if you are serving a rear of grid penalty, you are allowed to exit, and once the last car has passed the end of the pit lane at the end of the session to stop us from waiting for the timer, but it's fine. It's not the end of the world that we have to sit here for a minute with our thoughts. Isn't that right, Carbon Boy?
Well, let's be honest. You and I, half of the My Obsession podcast, we can talk. We can wax lyrical for a minute or and a half if that is so desired. But at the moment, we have the qualifying results, which I am recording right now, so if you want to do a run over those before I have to do the reset of the lobby and get us started.
Absolutely.
For the next race.
So, leading us away from pole position in a moment's time will be Blind Man, followed by Revs to complete the front row. It is Madrick P3, Black Project P4, Mr. Bumcrack there in 5th, The Boss 6th, Grovel in 7th, Super Fun Happy in 8th, 9th is VF, 10th is Greg's, and Keza qualifies 11th, and starting from the rear of the grid will be Rudzy. So very, very interesting qualifying session. There was a couple of pole sitters or provisional pole sitters for a moment there, but in the end, Blind Man, he just got going and showed no signs of stopping. So I know I said earlier that you kind of have to take this qualifying session with a pinch of salt, but I think it's going to be hard to bet against Blind Man after that qualifying session. Just on the GP circuit, half a second clear of the rest of the field is a stonking gap. So, yeah, going to be a good one, I reckon. What do you think, Carbon Boy?
I am very hopeful for a good one.
Hopefully they keep us exciting, keep it exciting for us, because 90 minutes with no action is going to be, I'm going to say it's going to be quite boring. But around here, races don't come boring. That's not what happens around the Nordschleife.
No, well, I can confidently say from a driver's perspective that boring it is not. You get out of a 8-minute lap, you get maybe 30 seconds of straights where you can sort of rest and consolidate your thoughts and, in my case, have a drink of water. Going down the Dottinger, that was forgive my pronunciation, but that was a welcome relief every lap to just be able to have a breathe and have a drink. Yes, it was water.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got a brick handy, going down the Donninger, you could probably go for a little whiz as well. If you could just put a brick on your accelerator and maybe an elastic band around your steering wheel.
The problem is the steering wheel likes to bounce a lot going down the straight. You have to have quite a firm hand on it. So if you're on a controller, perhaps, but on a steering wheel, I do not fancy your chances.
So we'll just have a quick look at the point situation as we begin this round. So leading the Category 2B Championship, that is the wrong points. I apologise, everybody. Give me a quick moment. Okay, there is the correct point. So leading the way at the moment is Daz for Doghouse Motorsport. Killer on the Loose is P2. Aussie Psycho there in third. Cruise in fourth, Renegade fifth, Carbon Boy in... Oh, I'm reading the wrong one, aren't I? I apologise, guys.
Mate, what are you doing here?
Yeah, it's been a big week. So Category 2A standings is the group that we are about to watch. So Bumcrack leads the way, Black Project second, Revs in third, Grovel fourth, Blind Man fifth, King Cabe in sixth, Rudsy seventh, Madrick eighth, VF there in 9th, Super Fun Happy 10th, 11th is Keza, Greg's in 12th, The Boss in 13th, and 14th is Budsy. So everything that I said in qualifying about the current standings is completely wrong because I had the wrong week's ones up on my display. So, yeah, those are the current points. Everything I have said before this moment is incorrect. Except for Bumcrack P1 in the championship. He has been there pretty much the whole way this season. So, and we'll jump across and we'll have a look at the team's points. So, this is what the teams... Oh my goodness, I've messed it up again, guys. I am so sorry. Alright, here we go. So, the team standings, this is currently... the way they are. So Crackit Esports leads the way on 157 points over Brockio 5 Sim Racing. Jamco Racing in third, Lightning Motorsport fourth, Dadson fifth, Doghouse sixth, CP seventh, Black Rose 8th, Thunder 9th, Black Light 10th, Booncorp 11th, APR 12th, Zero Turn 13th, and Symmetry Motorsport there in 14th. And Ferrari leads the manufacturers' standings, Peugeot in second, Porsche third, and McLaren fourth place in the manufacturer's standing. So are we ready to go, Carbon Boy? Is the grid all sorted for the 11 laps of the Nordschleife that we are about to endure?
Indeed it is. The grid is set, it is double checked, and we are good to go.
Sweet. Let's go.
Rightio. Let's punch that big button and get this race underway.
Hopefully for the last time tonight.
What do you mean, hopefully?
Well, if there's a red flag, we might have to use it again, you know?
Oh, don't even start me on that.
Well,
I don't want to know.
Well, you've already host set the grid, so a red flag's not really the end of the world, let's be serious.
It's not like I haven't done this before, but it doesn't mean I want to do it again and again.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Let's get through the first lap nice and clean, shall we? That would be very preferable.
As Blind Man leads the field. As the blind leading the blind, I guess you could say, as we begin the Nurburgring Enduro, and Blind Man barrels down towards the first turn. He gets a great start off the line. So does Black Project, who's looking very racy, looking to get down the inside of Madrick at the moment. Doesn't quite pull up for him. Oh, maybe a little bit of contact in the background between the Peugeots. But at the moment, Blind Man, he's already got 8 tenths on the field as they've completed...
Oh, the boss is gone! Turn 2!
Oh, no! It's all
The
gone
boss
wrong
has
for him.
binned it. He's gotten up on the ripple strip, and
Oh,
the front
dear.
end of that McLaren has just stopped, and the rear end has kept going on him.
Yeah, that's not gone well for him. As the race continues on, we'll come back and have a look at the LJ Media Action replay in a moment's time. But yeah, single file stuff as they head across the back end of the circuit. About to barrel down towards the chicane to complete the GP portion of the track. So it's a long way to go, 90 minutes approximately for these guys. So the boss spinning out at turn 2, he's got a long way to go, I feel. But it's not the end of the world. So
I'm intrigued to see what the... Revs has a bit of a moment at the chicane just before coming onto the Nordschleife. Blind Man has a big sideways moment, nearly puts it into the wall, but manages to gather it up. Loses a second back to Revs, so a little bit exciting for these guys on cold tyres, which I have noticed a bit of a spread in the field of tyre compounds, so we will get to that. But as I was saying, I'm interested to see on how the cars perform here in Category 2A.
Yeah.
Like,
it's going to be interesting to see the performance difference and the difference in strategies between the two groups. Of course, Category 2B, you guys are the first ones out. First guys to test the new race conditions. So, oh, somebody's gone. And I think it's the boss again. Oh, no. And Kez are gone as well. So they're both gone. But was that a part of the same incident? I don't think so. I think they're both independently gone. They've both lost it on their own. So we'll have a look. We'll grab two different replays here. We'll see what happened with Keza first. As he came through this S's section and, just understeered off the track, clipped the grass and spun across the track. And then we'll grab right on board with Boss and see what happened here with Boss as he's in the wall again. Oh no. So the Boss, he has had an absolute shocker start to this race, and as you can see Keza in the background there as they both lose it at the same time. So this has just gone from bad to worse. This is not the opening lap you want. It needs to be said from either the Boss or Keza, who are both miles off the back of the field already, and we're only 2 sectors into this race. This Blind Man almost slips off the track there. Very, very wide. I thought he was gone, but he's still on the track. And Revs just keeping within touching distance, 1.4 seconds between them at the moment. So, Carbon Boy, do you reckon you can give us a bit of insider information and let us know who on which tyre, potentially?
Well, I did imply that there was an interesting mix of tyre compounds on the grid. I may have been elaborating slightly as I just watched Boss. He's having a mare. He's been reset. He is a minute off the back of the leader at the moment. He is not having a great round.
And Keza is also not
Yep.
having a good day in the office either.
Yeah, Keza had a bit of a moment, which... well, funny we should mention Keza because he is the only driver on the racing soft. Everybody else is on the racing medium. So not really that interesting a spread of tyres on the grid. It's quite ordinary. But what isn't ordinary right now is watching this battle at the moment for 3rd, 4th and 5th. You've got Madrick for Black Rose in the Porsche in 3rd. Then you've got the 2 Kraken Esports Ferraris in the form of... Well, Black Project's managed to get past his team owner, Mr. Bumcrack, somewhere in the last 2 sectors. But I do sense that those two will be very closely communicating and working together to get past at some point Mr. Madrick. And then you've got Grovel just lurking in the background at the moment in the slipstream in P6. So he will be...
Oh, wow. Oh, Black Project's gone. That was over ambitious, and he's lost 2 positions there. I think he went for the move on the apex there.
Oh, he got a little bit crossed up coming out of that right-handed hairpin as well, and as that's got Super Fun Happy right on his rear bumper going into carousel, which has upset the Ferrari a little bit. So that's dropped Black Project back a little bit from where he was. And Grovel's having a good run at this point. He's up to P5, starting from P7.
So I think what we're seeing from Black Project... So it looked, when we initially saw it, like he misjudged a move. But I think what's happened there is he was right up underneath the rear wing of Maverick, and he couldn't see where the corner was. So he just guessed where he thought it was going to be and copped a lot of curb, and it just unsettled the car and threw him off the track into the grass.
Yeah, I think Black Project's probably learned from that. He was right on Maverick's rear bumper going through this sector, and he's just lifted off a little bit just to give himself a bit of breathing space. He's got plenty of that. He's got 3/4 of a second back to Grovel behind him. So he can afford to give himself a little bit of breathing room to Maverick, because this particular part of the Nordschleife, you really don't want to be right up the back of someone, because it's very one line. There are some opportunity for an overtake, but you're really relying on the driver in front of you to make a massive error and go off for you to be able to overtake here. Otherwise, yeah, look, it's not a great place for an overtake.
Yeah.
But now Bumcrack's closed right back up behind the rear wing of that Black Rose Porsche, and coming down this long straight, I do believe he will make use of the slipstream.
As Rudzi has just overtaken Black Project. So Rudzi, from 13th on the grid, or 12th on the grid, I apologise, he's already up to P6 on the opening lap. So he is driving the wheels off that Porsche. But I have a feeling that he's going to be a little bit vulnerable from Black Project, unless Black Project employs a bit of inter-team work here and just gives him a little bump along. So we see Super Fun Happy getting overtaken by VF2. And I think Black Project, he's only interested in the long game.
Black Project, he did. Black Project initially did give him the bump draft, but he's obviously just made that Porsche. It's too bloody slow. Get out of my way. Let me do it. And I think Rudzi has taken the hint. He's backed off. He's not going to go for a move here.
But he may go for a move into the first turn.
Well, there is that.
Let's have a look, see what he does here. Oh, I don't think he's got the legs in a straight line, unfortunately. But he is under pressure from VF. Oh, he makes it. Yeah, VF makes him go defensive there, so maybe a half a defensive move just to stop VF from trying anything. Just like holding out your hand on a little kid's head to keep him away.
Fantastic analogy there, Lenosis.
I said that to myself in my head, but I thought that's an inside thought. I was just waiting for you to say it.
No, that's actually a really good analogy. It's very, very visual. Speaking of very visual, it's visual at the moment that Revs is having a bit of a mare this lap. He was one bit over a second behind Blind Man going into the GP sprint circuit, but he's lost his apex finder at this point. He's had a bit of a mare through a couple of corners, and he's now back to 2.5 seconds off the back of Blind Man. So, as he has a big slide onto the Nordschleife, which is not going to do you any favors. I think I did that 3 or 4 times, so I can 100% confirm that is not a great way to start your. Well, it's not really starting your lap, but it's starting your stint around the green hell. Doesn't inspire confidence. And also in this first sector, it's also worth noting that later in the race, if it gets a little bit cloudy or the sun starts going down, this first sector gets very, very greasy. So I do anticipate some off-track excursions if that's the case.
I also have a bit of a fun fact about the first sector on the Nordschleife.
Oh, yeah?
It's the corner where Goaty crashed during the OOR 12 hour on the formation lap, effectively ruining our race before it had even started. So I'm just going to start calling the specific corner that he did crash at Goaty's corner.
And you still haven't forgiven him for that, have you?
No, so the boss is stopped down at the first... No, as he's disconnected from the race. We've only got 10 runners, so him and Keza have disconnected, I believe.
Oh dear.
One lap in. So I'm sure the stewards will have a look at that and make their deliberations, but...
That is a little bit suspicious.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
We did see the hazard lights on Boss's car come on before he left, but yeah. Not a great start to the day and not a good end to the day for those two, unfortunately, but with the 10 runners that we do still have, they're providing some great racing action. As we see Bumcrack still trying to find a way past Madrick.
Oh, Blind Man, he's gone! Blind Man has binned it!
Wow! Huge crash.
And Rez is coming up on him at a...
He's
Blind Man
get
has
him.
front and rear damage.
Oh, it's going to be tight. I think Blind Man's just going to hold off. Oh, but he's gone
No.
again. Very deep.
No,
Oh,
he's
in the
got
grass.
He's got aero damage front and rear, that front right and rear right wheel as well. All kinds of smashed up, so I think Revs getting past was going to be completely inevitable.
That is true.
Blind Man-
But had Blind Man kept it on the track in a straight line, I reckon with the lack of overtaking opportunities around this track, he had half a chance of holding the lead. But
I would
he's
love
got
to
it all
see a
do now.
replay of that Blind Man incident.
So I'll just have a look on the LJ Media Action replay. Let's see what just happened to Blind Man. So he's coming through. Was it the chicane? No. Oh, yes, it was. The car just didn't turn at all. He just... I mean, that's a tricky one because normally that's flat on any compounder tyre. Maybe a slight lift on the hards, but it wasn't like he took it wide. He clipped the apex and then just went straight on. And his rear end clipped the wall and it spun him round, but it's just a strange incident.
So
Maybe,
update lower down in the field. Mr. Bumcrack is up to P3. He's made his way past Madrick.
And he has two.
And
his
the
teammate...
running order of Grovel, Rusty, Black Project, still as it was a little bit earlier, I do believe.
Yes. Although Rudzi did manage to get back by Black Project. But in terms of time, Rudzi is actually very close to his teammate Madrick there. Although they do have a doghouse car separating them currently in Grovel. But yeah, from
Were
from
you
the
about
back
to
of the
say
grid-
Dogson?
No. Don't be silly.
No, why would we do that?
But yeah, Rudzi from starting from the back of the grid up to P6, looking very, very racy. I reckon he's half a shot for a podium here. Or as he shows the nose to Grovel as they head down towards YouTube corner at the moment.
Yeah, this is not the part of the track to try and overtake.
Very single file stuff at the moment. It's like we're just waiting for something to happen. Very high speed part of the circuit along here.
Just checking on the two guys up the front, still running less than a second. Blind Man has managed to make some time back on revs. I'm just checking out they are pretty much identical on both fuel and tyre wear. Which is quite interesting, given that they are two very different cars. I mean, okay, they're both mid-engine rear drive, but that's about where the similarities stop.
Yeah, completely different cars. I think Blind Man's got a chance of getting past here just because the Peugeot is, it's basically a sitting duck in a straight line, let's be honest. It has great
I don't know.
It has great acceleration, but its top speed seems to be where it's lacking. But if there is one car in the field that has equally bad top speed, it is the Ferrari.
Well, I think Blind Man is just fuel mapping at the moment. He's lifting off and coasting, so I think he just wants to save a little bit of fuel at this point. Because he's got a fairly healthy gap back to Mr. Bumcrack at the moment, in terms of like 11 seconds.
8:08 the first lap on mediums. I believe an 8:08 was the fastest lap on a soft compound tyre by Renegade last race, wasn't it?
I think you're right. I think you are 100% right. As ashamed as I am to admit it, yes.
And what's crazy is that despite an 8-minute 11 lap, despite crashing on this lap, Blind Man is still sitting 8:11. Thoughts on that car, boy? Oh, as he goes for a move down the inside into the hairpin, and he gets it done. Very clinical, not wasting any time here. Blind Man slides himself back into the lead of the race, and he is purple through that first sector split.
My thoughts at the moment are I'm watching Rudsey in P5 after starting P13.
I was more talking about your thoughts on the fact that Blind Man set an 8:11 while crashing.
Well, that's why he's in the lead of the Cat 2A race and not racing in Cat 2B.
Yeah.
That's my thought.
Well, he was racing in Cat 2B earlier in the season. But now he finds himself here, and he finds himself dominating.
I'm quite happy to see him up here.
As Revs isn't giving him up too easy either. He's just sticking within that couple of tenths. Oh, because I believe... Oh, I thought I saw someone on the mini-map going for a bit of a twist. But it seems like everybody's still pointing the right direction for now.
So far, so good. And true to form, I'm just having a look through the field in terms of the fuel consumption of the drivers. And to the surprise of absolutely no one, Black Project is the best on fuel. He's currently sitting on about 40%, whereas most of the other drivers somewhere around the 25 to 30% mark.
See, I have a feeling that Black Project.
Do you want to try that again?
I have a feeling that Black Project, he's still only going for the 3 laps. I doubt 40% is way too little to go for a 4-lap stint, I feel. But
100%.
He is going to save a lot of time in the pits if he can fuel save. I think this race, it more leans towards sprint laps rather than saving. But yeah, you still need to save a little bit to get to 3 laps in a lot of the cars. It's more just about finding that balance between saving and pushing.
Oh, well, we've been waxing lyrical. Rudsey, he's up to P4 now. He's gotten past his teammate Madrick. I presume Madrick's had a bit of a moment, I would say. He is a lot down on his previous lap time. So I'd say he's had a bit of a moment.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, his last lap wasn't lighting up the timing charts either. An 8:13, like, it's competitive, but...
Oh, no, when he went through that last sector split, he's like 4 or 5 seconds down on his other lap. So He's had a bit of a moment somewhere. No damage that I can see on the car. So maybe just an off-track excursion. I'll just keep an eye on the next split. There we go. Oh no, he's only 1.4 down. So, maybe there are some team orders.
Potentially. I mean,
Might have
from what
to,
I hear, Rudzy loves it around this place, so it's no surprise that he's thriving at the moment.
I might have to see if I can get down to the Black Rose garage and see if I can intercept some radio communications.
Do you have a walkie-talkie on you?
No, I was planning on just stealing a set of headphones off one of the Black Rose guys.
Yeah,
Sorry,
that works
acquiring a set of headphones.
too. Yeah, that works. I hear they have special ones for Morgan to help with his hearing.
I don't want to know.
What, do you not remember the news story I wrote about Morgan being deaf? That's why he can't save fuel, because he can't hear the engine?
I do not.
Oh, buzzkill.
Sorry.
Type F in the chat for Carbon Boy.
We've got Grovel bearing down on Madrick at a rapid rate of knots at the moment. There's only 7/10 between those two. That gap has come down quite noticeably in the last couple of sectors. And Black Project's not far behind as well.
As Blind Man is 2.5 seconds purple at the moment, so he's on track for a low 206. Oh, that may be a track limits penalty, actually. He was very off the track. Over the curb, I should say. Looks like he's gotten away with it, though.
Looks like it. He's just hit the fuel light now, so he will definitely be in at the end of this lap. Yep, 2.6 seconds purple. Blimey. Although Revs is not on the fuel light yet. So, just hit the fuel light now, so he might be able to make up a little bit of this gap with the fuel strap.
As Rudzy is setting his sights on Bumcrack as well, there's only 3.3 seconds separating those guys at the moment.
The 3.4 seconds. I will keep an eye on that gap. I'll see where it's at after the pit stop. Although I feel it may extend because Mr. Bumcrack currently has a fuel advantage over Rudzy. I mean, probably not exactly a massive surprise given that Rudzy's made up 9 spots as Mr. Bumcrack has a massive tank slapper there. But, so Rudzy's used a lot of fuel to get to where he is.
So the Black Bros guys flying in formation at the moment. Madrick is now actually up on his time by 6.5 tenths. And the gap between Blind Man and Revs is out to 2.6. So it's not in the realm of impossibility for Revs, but I think it's clear that Blind Man has the better pace so far this race. So Revs will gain back about 3/10 if they in the pit stop, as he has 1% over his rival. Bumcrack's in as well. I imagine we'll see more or less the entire grid in on this lap. So Rudzy and Bumcrack are more or less identical on fuel as well. To nobody's surprise, Black Project rolls in with 2% more than anyone else. And it will be Greg's in the pit lane. So now we get a bit of nice footage of all the cars getting fuel put in them.
Looks like everybody's running pretty much identical strategy at this point.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping to see, I don't know, a bit of an alt strat going on. It would have been nice.
Ooh,
Sorry,
hang on.
Captain Muffin. No alt
Hang
strat. Oh, here we
on.
go.
Oh,
Hold
Revs
up,
has
hold
gone
up.
the softs. So he's
Here we
done the
go.
early jump. But he's only come out 4.2 seconds ahead of Blind Man. So hang on a minute. Oh, as Blind Man goes on at the
that
first
is
turn.
easily explainable because Blind Man has brimmed the tank in that Ferrari, which he needs to do to get 3 laps. Revs, however, has gone probably just under 80% fuel.
Yeah, but he's on the softs, so he's only going to be doing 2 laps. But it should be more than 5 seconds for... Oh, that's right, because there was 2.5 seconds between them when they came in. That makes a bit more sense. All right.
I think Revs would be able to do 3 laps on the softs, but I think he'd need a full tank of fuel to be able to do that. I don't think he's going to do it
It's
on just
sketchy
over
on
3
tyres.
quarters.
It is very sketchy on tyres. I don't think we'll see anyone doing 3 laps on a set of softs.
Well, I did try it in the McLaren, and you're right, it is sketchy, but I thought the Peugeot would be better on the rubber than the McLaren.
It is, but I still think you're going too slow on that 3rd lap to justify it, when you can just have the grip on the mediums and they're not going to go past half worn the entire way.
True. The mediums are a very solid, stable tyre.
Yeah, great race
You
tyre,
can
the
just-
mediums.
You can just rag on them for the 3 laps you're doing, and you don't have to worry about them letting go on you.
So what the stop has done has spread out the field a little bit, which I hate because I want to see some action. I want to see some battling. I want to see some overtakes. That's what we all want. That's all we ever want at Sector 1. Isn't that right, Carl?
Indeed. But we might get our wish very, very soon in terms of P4 and P5, Rudzy and Grovel. Because Rudzy's come out on the mediums, but Grovel has followed suit with Revs and has thrown on a set of softs.
Yeah, okay.
As Black Project has a massive slide through that 2nd sector of the Nordschleife. Oh, Maverick's binned it. Oh, that's not gone well. That's a free spot for Black Project right there. Madrick down to P7. Little bit of front bumper and front wheel damage. Now we got VF coming up behind him. Madrick parks it in the middle of the road. VF has nowhere to go. Very smartly just backs off, and I think Madrick gets away with it a little bit there because he's still nursing that front aero damage and that front tyre. But VF is also running on the soft tyre, so he will have the grip advantage over Madrick over these next 2 laps. So that backing off and not getting aggressive and making the move might come back to haunt VF.
Yeah, I don't know. It's there's a lot of difference in strategy at the pit stop, surprisingly. There's quite a few guys that have gone the soft compound, which I think is quite surprising to me. I mean, I personally would have preferred, if they're only taking the 1 soft stop, I would have personally preferred to take that at the end of the race rather than midway through, but each to their own. I guess everyone's running their own race. It's slightly different situations for everyone. Quite a number of drivers were stuck in a bit of a train, so just getting a bit of free air on the softer compound tyre is sometimes just all that you need. But Revs is making great use of those tyres, and he's already put 2.5 seconds on Blind Man on this on the first half of this lap.
He has indeed. That gap was just under 5 seconds when they came out. And he is not wasting any time making use of those racing soft tyres. He is fully intending to bugger off into the distance and hopefully pull enough of a gap so that when he goes onto the medium tyres, and I presume when Blind Man does eventually jump onto the racing softs, that he will have built enough of a gap that Blind Man may not be able to catch up. But of course, that is all pending mistakes, driver errors, fuel saving situation, and Clouds on the horizon, possibly even weather, but we shall will not hold our breath in terms of whether we get rain or not, I think.
As we have a look at the timer, the session timer down in the bottom left corner, and we are at the third way mark of this race. Whoa, big lift for Grovel at the top of the track. Into the hairpin, heading towards the carousel now. He is quite crucially within slipstream of Rudzy, 6.5 tenths between them, very wide line by Rudzy.
He is also probably going to have to save some fuel at this point over Rudzy, because Grovel did short fuel on the last stop, and he's probably sitting on about 65% in the tank at this point, whereas Rudzy's just under 3/4.
But he could also, I'm pretty sure he was probably only planning to use these tyres for 2 laps. So he's only really got to make it 2/3 the way, whereas Rudzy is going that extra lap, I assume.
Good point, good point.
But what that means is that Grovel should be able to capitalise on the fresher tyres, or the step better compound tyre and lower fuel load to overtake Rudzy. But what we're seeing at the moment is that Rudzy, especially through this middle section of the track, is very, very strong.
He is putting a very, very solid drive here.
And if I was Grovel, I'd be maybe just a touch frustrated that I'm not able to chase him down, knowing the fuel and tyre situation. Or of course he is has no idea what Rudzy has on, or how much fuel he's got in the car.
Generally the case as a driver, you can take an educated guess as what the other guy is doing, but let's be honest here, you really have no bloody idea.
As Rudzy makes a little bit of a mistake there, running a little wide as they head into the second carousel now. Very narrow line for Grovel, but it seems to work for him as he gets a great exit up the hill now. He might be within an earshot of a move down the Donninger Hoe for Grovel. Three and a half tenths between them.
Quiet mention to VF at the moment, sitting in P7. He's 2.3 seconds behind Black Project in P6. And he's got Greg's half a second behind him, so he could be under threat down the Donninger Hole.
As Grovel up into P4, he gets that move done in a straight line, and a very long straight line. It is the Donninger Hoe, of course. Down into the final corner on this Nordschleife circuit.
Rudzy there, just giving him a little bit of a nudge and a pump draft.
And that's the 4th lap completed of the second greatest racetrack in the world.
Second greatest?
Well, we are an Australian racing league, it must be said.
Yes.
Hashtag
What's
no
your
bias.
point?
Mount Panorama must take the cake.
It's a terrible racetrack.
And that's the second time you've been fired from Sector 1 today, Carbon Boy.
And pun intended, I will die on that hill.
Yeah.
Mount Panorama is a terrible track to race at. It's brilliant to watch, it's terrible to do. And I will die on that hill. Mountain,
As
whatever.
an angry mob of Australians circle Carbon Boy's house.
That's okay. So back to the racing.
Yeah, there's not much going on around here, to be honest. Waiting for things to kick off a bit.
The gap between Black Project and VF is still steady at about 2.3 seconds as VF runs a little bit wide there, so I might just jump off him. Greg's in P8, he's still within about a second of VF, so he's there or thereabouts. Madrick has had a bit of a mare and slipped down the order. He's back to P9. But we are not even at the halfway point yet, so still plenty of time for things to come back to him. Revs has managed to extend his gap to 9.5 seconds over Blind Man, and he is currently 2.5 seconds purple over his current fastest lap, which is an 8:08.8, which he did set on the mediums. So he's 2 minutes in to an 8-minute lap, and he's already 2.5 seconds up on that.
Wow.
But he won't get to consolidate it because I do anticipate he will be into the pits on this lap.
Yeah, that's true. See, that's the thing with the soft stint, is that you don't actually get a flying lap on the soft compound tyre, because you get your out lap, your in lap,
unless you run your soft stint last.
Yeah, that's true. Oh
Sorry,
my goodness. As Greggs mounts the curb to try and get a nose in on VF, but he has to back out as they head through the high-speed sweeper and into the hairpin down towards on the run down towards Foxhole now. Still within 3.5 tenths. Just listening to that McLaren engine roar. So we're 37 minutes in, 5 laps on the road, and so far it's been a pretty dramatic race. See, the thing with the Nordschleife is, yes, it's a long track, and when you're doing endurance races like these, it doesn't feel that way. It goes by so quick. You're driving along and all of a sudden you're doing 3-4 laps and bang, 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 and it just flies by as a driver. But what makes it feel every single second is when you're driving poorly. And every lap just feels like a disaster. That's when you really feel the true length of this Nordschleife.
100% right there. When you're driving and you're in the rhythm, you don't really notice that you've done, a couple of laps until you start seeing the fuel light blinking and you think to yourself, oh, bugger, I'm meant to pit this lap. But that's when things are going well and you're driving smoothly. If you break that rhythm and you get offline, it can be really difficult to get back into it, and that makes the next sector or two of the track just an absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
Speaking of absolute nightmares, Revs is 4.8 seconds purple at this point, so that puts him into the realm of a 8-minute 4-second lap at this point. If he were to continue at this pace, he will 100% be into the pits on this lap. If he doesn't, that's his race over. He will run out of fuel, and it is game over. But just hypothetically, if he keeps going at this pace, he's now still 4.7 up. That would put him at an 8-minute 4 lap. So yeah, potentially an 8-minute 3-second lap. Just to give you an idea of the kind of pace that he's going. Although there is a massive fuel difference between him and Blind Man. Obviously, Rev's short-fueled a little bit with his racing soft stint, whereas Blind Man is on the mediums, and he will be going around for another lap after this one. So it'll be interesting to see where that puts Revs in terms of traffic, because got Mr. Bumcrack 20 seconds behind in P3, Grovel 24 seconds behind in P4, along with Rudzy. Revs is potentially going to pop out between Rudzy and Black Project, so potentially into P5, P6. which could be detrimental to him if he ends up behind someone for a lap while they run the final lap of their stint before they go in for their pit stop. Oh, it's Black Project has a big off. He's that little, I can't remember the name of the sector. It's Brunchen or Platzgarten?
What that has done, though, is that's thrown him right into the middle of this battle between VF and Greg's, but he has he goes a little wide, and that puts an end to that.
I believe that is Flunsgarten, the little hop and then a sharp right-hander. He's just clipped the inside curb, and that has upset that Ferrari and done all sorts of nasty things for his race position, unfortunately.
Yeah, wow. That was a very strange incident. Got a bit airborne, and then the front of the car touched down before the rear, and it just shot out sideways. So Revs is in. Blind Man will go around again.
Rightio. I will keep an eye on Revs, and I'll see where he pops out. Got Mr. Bumcrack coming down the main straight now. Grovel's in the pits as... Oh, no, wait. Hold up. Yep, Grovel is in the pits as well on the racing softs. I do anticipate seeing VF coming into the pits this lap as well. He's also on the racing softs. Although he's got about... Actually... No, he's going in. I was going to say, he's got just over a quarter of a tank of fuel. He could hypothetically have done another lap if he had another few percent or fuel saved, but...
I have a feeling it would have been down to the tyres.
All right, Revs is out.
Case.
He is P5 at the moment. Madrick is coming in hot into the braking zone. I think if Revs can just hold his position, he will have about a second gap between Madrick and P6.
So I just want to bring your attention to that little purple lap that's down in the bottom left corner.
Yeah, look, Mr. Bumcrack dropping an 8:041 on the mediums. And while we're on the subject of tyres, Revs has gone for another racing soft stint.
Wow, okay.
As has Grovel. And I'm just checking on VF. Note, VF has gone the mediums, and he is right behind Greg's, who is on the racing soft and has had a bit of a mare at turn one. That's not gone fantastic for him.
So, going back to the strategy graphic that I had up earlier, there was a 4-stop on the softs that was potentially on the cards. But that started... I threw it in on the softs the entire way, but I was a bit iffy on the tyres. But the other rendition I drew up for it was a medium to soft, soft, soft. So I have a feeling that's what these guys are doing.
Sorry.
It would have to be, you would assume. Well, how much time are they losing in a pit stop? What's their stop time? Are they losing... What, 30 seconds to a stop? 40 seconds
the actual
to a stop?
The actual stop time is about 35, 36 seconds, but the total with the transit time is about a minute.
So you look at that last pit stop, or that last stint, and Revs put about 12 or 13 seconds on Blind Man before the stop. So that makes you think, if you add that up 3 times, it's about 40-45 seconds of saved pit stop or saved time from the pace. I think the alternate strat is on. Oh, as he makes a brilliant move down the inside of Black Project, but he does get switchbacked, unfortunately. Very tidy defense by Black Project.
Black Rose Porsche watch. Ruzzy, P3 currently. Up 10 spots, if you don't mind.
Yeah, very well done.
He is 6...
What were you saying?
He
Sorry.
is due for a pit stop, as you're about to say, I imagine.
Yes.
But he is less than 7 seconds behind Bumcrack at the moment, and he has used more of the car, so he may lose some time to the Kraken Esports team owner. But having said that, it's been a bloody sensational drive to get to this point.
Yeah, there's been a lot of early chaos, and he navigated it very well. And after one lap, he was already up 6 spots. So.
Okay, we've got Revs right on the back of Black Project in P4 and P5. Black Project's on the mediums, and Revs is on the softs. So while they're on different strategies, they are still technically fighting for position.
They are.
Not directly, as such, being on different strategies, but...
I mean, all this holding up of Revs is just playing into Blind Man's hand, because in order for this strategy to work for Revs, he needs all the clean air he can get.
100%. This will not be doing him any favours, but he has got quite the slipstream, which he's probably going to take advantage of, as he gets a fantastic exit here over Black Project, pulls alongside. Now, this is where you need cooperation from both drivers to leave each other space. Nicely done, gentlemen. Love to see that. Both are very aware of what's going on around them.
As we have just passed the halfway mark of the race as well. So things shaping up very, very nicely here in Germany.
Now, Black Project has no real way of knowing what tyres Revs are on. So he may have seen the pit stop, but again, may have had other things on his mind. And he is short shifting quite a lot through this sector.
Oh, big slide by Black Project. That loses him a bucket load of time.
So the gap between Blind Man and Bumcrack has remained fairly stable at about 10.6, 10.7 seconds, as it now blows out to 11 just to prove me wrong.
Just to spite you.
Yeah, I'm used to it. And the gap between Bumcrack and Ruzzy sitting on about 7.2 seconds, so about where it was half a lap ago.
As Revs, he's already put almost 5 seconds on Black Project since he overtook him about 4 minutes ago, but Black Project is approaching the part of the track where he made his mistake last lap. So we'll see if that's given him a hit to his confidence or not, but we'll see how he goes. Hopefully
he navigated through that quite well.
Yeah. Things are very spread out at the moment in this Cat 2A field.
Bit of a mover and a shaker further down in the field. Currently P7, Mr. Super Fun Happy. He's was in P9, P10 prior to the last round of pit stops, I do believe. And he's now sitting in P7. He's 10 seconds up on Grovel.
Yeah, he hasn't got the most blistering lap times ever so far this race, but he's just plugging along and having a good time, which we love to see. As Blind Man's in with 3% left in the tank. Will then be Mr. Bumcrack, who enters the pits. 12% in the tank, so he will get a couple of seconds back on Blind Man here. Rudzy in. So this will be the question. This is what we're looking at. What's the gap between Revs and Blind Man? I think ideally for Revs, you'll want that to
32
be...
seconds.
Yeah, but I think ideally for Revs, I think he'll want that gap to be well over 15 seconds by the time Blind Man comes out of the pits. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think it'll be closer to about 10 seconds.
I think it'll be less. Oh wait, no, Blind Man is still fueling. He's going to brim the tank. He's gone to 100%.
Yeah.
And Revs is approaching the Mercedes arena at this point.
20 seconds, wow. So maybe there is a bit of merit to this strategy. Revs is due in on the next lap on this compounded tyre though. So we are at the halfway mark and he saved half a pit stop of time on the road and he's still got one more lap. So Blind Man definitely threw on the mediums, didn't he? So he's good for another 3 laps.
100%. He's on the mediums. Another mover and shaker is Grovel on the racing softs up into P3. He's 2.5 seconds clear of Bumcrack.
So he's on the same strategy as Revs, I believe, isn't he?
It's looking pretty much the same.
So
they both pitted at the end of lap 3 and the end of lap 5.
Yeah. So if you sort of take into account how much of a gap Revs has over Blind Man, with Grovel, add another 20 seconds, that spits him out just behind Rudsey at the moment. To put the race in perspective. Interesting to see how that plays out.
Black Project's in P8 on a fresh set of racing mediums. Super Fun Happy after his early excursion up the grid is now back to P10 on a fresh set of racing mediums and a full tank of fuel.
Oh, yellow flags. It is... Who is it? Greggs. Greggs has come to a stop coming onto the Nordschleife.
Or Black Project around the outside. He wants it. Greggs is... Oh, I don't know. This could get very, very spicy.
They're coming up to Godey's corner. Oh! And they're side by side, and Greggs holds it. That's a great defense, actually. He's done well to hold on to that.
I think this will be very frustrating for Black Project at this point. Like, I think, in all honesty, it's probably in Greg's best interest to just clear out of the way. I mean, he's entitled to hold his track position, don't get me wrong, but when you're on track and you've got someone who's coming up at a rapid rate of knots, I mean, fair play. There was nothing untoward about any of that. There was unsportsmanlike defending or blocking.
There was some good hard battling. Let's have a look what happened here for Greggs. As he approached the Nordschleife. Did he just light up the throttle? Yes, he did, and took a bit of a detour into the fence, beached his car on the curb there a bit, and almost rejoining the track right in front of VF and almost causes an accident there. But Black Project still just waiting in the shadows, looking to try and get by. 1 second gap between them. They're on the same compound tyre, aren't they?
Black Project and Greg's, negative.
Yeah, no.
No, Greg's is on the racing soft, whereas Black Project is on the racing medium.
Okay, so that changes things.
And also worth noting that having gone past is
gone off?
VF.
Greg's is off. Oh, as he rejoins the track. Oh, that was very, very close.
That would have been quite scary for Black Project, I would imagine.
Yeah.
But as I was saying, VF is gone against the grain of the Peugeots, running the racing medium instead of the racing softs that he did earlier. So maybe he's finding some solace in the consistency of the racing medium compound over the softs.
Yeah.
Oh, yellow
think so.
flag! Rudzy is gone! He's in the middle of the track. Oh, that is not a good place to be. As VF slides on by. Rudzy has had a massive moment at, I can't think of the name of the corner off the top of my head, but he has, from all accounts, looped it. No damage on the car, but that has lost him a bucket load of time.
So, what has happened there is he's mounted the curb and it goes a little off camber at that point. And as he's mounted the curb, it's sucked him to the outside and it's thrown him onto the grass, and there's just no grip out there, and he's come around 180. But yeah, that's he's not going to be happy with that. Not at all. But just behind him,
meanwhile, P7, P8, Greggs goes flying past Black Project down the somewhat straight
the flat out section
of, I think it's Kesselchen or Klostenstahl. I cannot speak German.
Sean disapproves.
Yeah, he's German. He's allowed to, like, disapprove. But that's okay. We're not heading to Poland, so it's all good.
See, you never tend to botch up the corner names on any other track. It's only Brands and Nurburgring. So,
well, to be fair, there's like 160 of something of them here. So I mean, well,
85
with well, yes, with the sprint track added on, there's a lot more. So forgive me if I botch up a couple of them. Read all of them, but that's okay.
I know the main ones. That's all that matters. As they come into YouTube corner. No, that's not YouTube corner. Never mind.
So, meanwhile, Greggs and Black Project are making time hand over fist on Rudzy. The gap between Rudzy and Greggs is less than 2 seconds now.
As they smile for the camera as they come through YouTube corner.
Meanwhile, the big winner in all of this chaos is VF, who's up into P5.
Yeah, he was floundering at the back in that first stint, but now finds himself in a pretty handy 5th place.
And he's on the mediums as well, so he'll finish this lap and do another one before he has to come into the pits again. And he's 4.3 seconds up on his best lap time. So he's having a very, very good run this lap. I think he's finally found a rhythm. And I'm going to jump off him before I put the commentator's curse on him. Another move shaker further up the field is Grovel up into P3 over Mr. Bumcrack.
As Revs is in.
Although Grovel is on the racing softs as well as Revs, and he's on the fuel light, so he will be in at the end of this lap. Mr. Bumcrack is less than 2 seconds off the back of Grovel, and he's on the mediums. He's good to go for another 2 laps, I would say, judging by the wear and the amount of fuel he has in the tank.
Same
so
as
Blind Man. Yep, Blind Man is going flying past the start-finish line now.
What's the gap going to be?
Grovel is into the pits, and Bumcrack goes over the start-finish line. Revs is still fueling.
Blind Man's lowered that gap from 11 seconds down to 9.4 to Blind Man, so don't discount Bumcrack in the last third of this race. He is on it today.
All right, Revs is coming out of the pits. And VF is just crossing the finish line now, so he's up into P4 now. VF is putting in an absolutely monster drive right now.
Yeah. So
Grovel's still in the pits.
What tyres did Revs come out on, by the way?
Revs has come out on the racing softs again.
And it's lap 11. Oh,
well,
yeah, that makes sense, because it'll be 8, 9, and then he'll pit one more time. Yeah.
So is that a 4-stop strategy?
Yes, I believe so. It'll be 3 on the mediums, and then 4 stints of 2.
Wow, okay. Interesting.
But with one stop to go, 2 stints left on the softs. If he's gaining about 10 seconds a stint on Blind Man, but Blind Man's also going to be on the softs to finish this one off. So I think he's going to come up.
Well, as will Mr. Bumcrack, and at this point, there's a 7 or 8% fuel advantage to Mr. Bumcrack over Blind Man. So that 10.5 second gap right now after a pit stop is more like 8.5 seconds. So just bear that in mind.
I think for revs, he really needs to be gaining about 5 or 6 seconds a lap in this stint, which is going to be a tall order, considering that Bumcrack and Blind Man are doing, well, Bumcrack in particular did a 204 on a
804, not a 204.
Yes. He did a 204. He was driving around a rocket ship.
Yeah. He took a shortcut through the middle.
Yeah. I think Bumcrack doing a 204, revs really needs to be in the 7-minute lap times in this stint if he has any chance of winning, or mistake from the guys in front. That's the other potential that I can see happening.
Well, that's what I was praying for in my race earlier this evening. Unfortunately, Renegade was just too good and did not make the mistake that I was quietly hoping for, and took out the win. Maybe there might be some more luck for the guys here in 2A tonight. The gap between Rudsey and Black Project, I'm just keeping an eye on at the moment. It's 3.2 seconds as Black Project is getting all kinds of loose through that third sector there. And the gap's 9.7 seconds back to Grovel, who is on the racing soft again. So he's running pretty much the same strategy as Revs.
Gone. Wow, big accident.
Oh, that is a massive...
How did he do that? So he was ahead of Superfun Happy. He's gone to defend, and then they've come into the fast sweeper, and the rear end snapped on him. He's clipped the grass, overcorrected, blown over the grass on the apex, and then over into the gravel on the other side.
So there was no touching involved?
No contact there. But yeah, massive crash.
Good to see. I'll tell you what, it's getting pretty dark and cloudy out there, just quietly.
Yeah.
There's some clear blue sky, but there's also a lot of dark cloud, and it's getting a little bit hazy.
I think you're just seeing things, to be honest. It's nice and bright out on track at the moment. I think you're just trying to manifest it.
Well, it kind of depends on who you're watching, I think, because if you're in the part of the track that's quite shady by all the trees, and then you go around a few corners, it's tough when you're driving as well, because it'll be dark and shady and you can't quite see your braking markers. And then a couple of corners later, you're out in the clear sunshine again, and it's all bright and sunny. So you've really got to... It's really challenging to adapt to the changing conditions, because it literally changes from corner to corner on you.
Will we see some late rain? There's still half an hour left in this one.
I know that there's a certain Blacklight team owner who is probably screaming for rain right now.
Yeah. So Blind Man is 0.6 up as he approaches the final sector on this track.
The gap back to Bumcrack has extended out to 11.4 seconds, so he has managed to grow it a little bit.
Drive around this place. It's not the only thing that's growing, I'll tell you that.
Well, I actually had the pleasure of doing that myself back in 2012.
Growing.
No, drove around this place in the rain, I might add. Hired myself a little Suzuki Swift race car. Thankfully in a right-hand drive, because I had been driving a left-hand drive car for all of a day and a half before this, and decided that, you know what, I don't need to hire a fast mid-engine sports car, and then I'll subsequently crash it into the barriers, which are very expensive to replace.
Yeah, the barrier, when you crash, the barrier costs are astronomical around this place, depending on how much damage you cause.
It's monumental, plus the tow truck fee, plus everything else. So, moral of the story is, drive within your limits and don't crash.
Moral of the story is skill issue.
Well, I was driving in the rain, and by my best estimate, I did something in the realm of 11-minute lap.
That's all right.
But given that when you do the drive days, you don't do a full lap. You go onto the track halfway down the Donninger hole, and then you exit at the same point as well.
You're on the circuit that is known as the Touristenfahren.
Yes. Basically, a public toll road.
Yeah, that costs $40.
You might be driving, racing against MX-5s and Porsches and BMWs, and then you might come across someone towing a caravan.
Or a school bus.
There's also that, yes. My biggest experience, my biggest scare was trying to overtake a motorcycle in the wet. That was good fun, because I really didn't want to kill the poor guy.
Yeah, that would be slightly less than ideal.
A little bit terrifying, but anyway. Checking back in, that gap to Blind Man and Bumcrackers dropped by 2 seconds all of a sudden. And there is still a noticeable fuel difference between Blind Man and Bumcrack, so definitely worth keeping an eye on there. VF is... Ooh, hello.
With
interesting.
3 to go.
Oh,
So
wait, no, he's on the fuel light, so I would anticipate he's going to throw on another set of mediums and go to the end.
Yeah.
That would be my thoughts. If he does something else, then...
If he does something else, I'll call you Norman.
I mean, I've been called worse things in my life, so...
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, I've been called worse things today.
By me.
Well, no.
Oh,
by the wife, but, you know.
By Good Dog.
No. Good Doc was rather pleasant. He and I, we tuned the APR Motorsport and the Blacklight Motorsport radio comms in on the same frequency, and we had a fairly good chat for the hour and a half we were blasting around here.
Yeah.
So VF's out. He's in P10, but he's got a few drivers in front of him, or quite a few drivers in front of him, who will have to pit again very, very soon. In terms of Greg's, he's in P9. He's on the racing soft. He will be in at the end of this lap.
I believe the only driver that won't be in at the end of this lap is VF. VF is the first driver to complete, or he's good to go to the end. Unless Greg's pit on that last lap, did he?
He did not.
Yeah, so VF is good to go to the end, and everyone else will stop again.
Well, yes, that is a very concise way of saying what I was going to say. Yes. Well done, Lenosis. Well done.
I can be a man of little words when I want to be.
Not often.
No.
Right, so I'm confused at the moment. Like, I'm trying to keep track and trying to maintain the strategies And I'm trying to work out roughly where Grovel's going to finish. He's in P6 at the moment. He's been up and down all over the place. He's been everywhere from P9 to P3.
Well, I imagine at the end of this lap, everyone who is stopping will be throwing on the soft tyres to go to the end. So whatever time he can make up on the softs this stint, when they come into pit, everything will be equalised and it'll just be a straight 2-lap sprint to the end. No tyres, no fuel, it's just going to be dead even for every car.
That is true. He's 4.2 seconds behind Black Project at this point, and he's got a noticeable amount of fuel advantage over him as well. So he's on the racing soft, Black Project is on the racing mediums. And he's 3.3 seconds behind Rudzy, who's also on the mediums, but is also going to be coming in at the end of this lap.
I think if Grovel can get in front of Black Project before the stop, he's in for a good shot. I mean, Rudzy's not too far down the road either, so dare I say that if Grovel gets in front of Rudzy before the stop, he's sitting in a good spot as well. And the other advantage that Grovel will have is that he's run this whole race on the softs essentially, except for the first 3 laps. But he's run the whole race from the last hour on those soft compound tyres, where everyone else has been running the mediums. So he's going to know exactly much.
Revs.
What did Revs do?
The exact same strategy as Grovel.
Yeah, but Revs and Grovel, they've ran the softs the entire way. But if you're Rudzy or Black Project, Bumpcrack or Blindman, that's a lot of unrealised grip that you have on those soft compound tyres. So it's going to take them a lap, maybe even that second lap, to realise just how much grip they have. Because they're going to be tired, they're going to be fatigued, they've come over an hour during this race, and they're not going to realise how much grip they have on the softs, whereas Revs and Black Project, I'm going to get it right eventually.
Revs and
Grovel, they're going to be... They've been on those softs for so long that they're going to know exactly how much grip they have, and they're going to be able to capitalise immediately. So I reckon they're going to gain a couple of seconds even after the stop.
Well, the gap between Blindman and Bumcrack is still hovering around just under 11 seconds, so that's fairly stable. As Bumcrack has a bit of a mare there, so I'll jump off him because I don't want to put the moxie on him. He's lost a bit of time back to Revs, who is just under 6 seconds behind Bumcrack in P3 at the moment.
And he
is just purple. Rudzy is, a length and a furlong behind to the tune of 30-something seconds. But he does have Black Project slowly being a tank slapper. I was going to say slowly reeling in that gap, but coming out of Carousel
and over the
has not
last 2
gone well.
minutes, Grovel has saved 3.5 seconds over Black Project. So if Grovel can pass him and then make some inroads into Rudzy before this final stop, I reckon he's got a chance of P4 here.
I mean, all things going his way, Grovel could put it on the podium at this point.
Oh, it's a bit of a stretch up to Revs to the tune of about 30 seconds.
When you got to factor in things like fatigue coming into play at this stage, we're an hour and 14 minutes in. One mistake can equal losing 20-something seconds, so it's not out of the realm of possibility.
So Revs has saved 7 seconds on this lap, by the way. So he's pretty much done exactly what I said he needed to do in order to try and make this race his own. I said 6 or 7 seconds a lap. He's on about 6 seconds per lap compared to when he started this stint, and he's going to come in, but it's still 14 seconds that he's got to chase down on Blindman if he wants to win this race. I think the strategies are a lot closer than I anticipated before we started this one.
I think a lot of it comes down to the car and driver combination as well, not just the strategy and not just the numbers. Because one driver in a Peugeot versus another driver in a Peugeot could have Well, look, same strategy, same car, two completely different results at this stage with Revs and Grovel, for
Yeah,
instance.
exactly.
Like, there's a noticeable time difference between the two.
As Bumcrack comes in, he has, oh my goodness, he has 13% over Blind Man.
There's
And,
4
Revs
seconds
too.
right there, thank you.
Yeah. So I think it's going to close up a bit. All these guys are going to jump onto the softs.
So the gap between Black Project and Grovel is just out of slipstream range, which is going to hurt down the Donninger hole.
Yeah, I'm surprised Grovel wasn't able to get past Black Project, considering how fast he was catching him, but maybe a little mistake from Grovel somewhere.
I think that might be the case.
Blind Man's out of the pit lane and he's on 75%. Now, I know that'll be enough to get home, but will that be enough to push to get home? I don't think so. As you see, Bumcrack and Revs, they've both put 80% in the tank. I think Blind Man's going to be...
Bumcrack has not put 80% in the tank. Sorry to burst your bubble.
Sorry.
He has a lot shorter fuel than Blind Man. Blind Man's just under 3/4 of a tank, but Bumcrack is probably just under 70%. But he's managed to drop that gap down to 3.3 seconds.
Yeah, okay.
So he's within. He can see Blind Man at this point.
But
and
the
that
problem
right
is,
there.
he's probably
Hold up. Blind Man and Bumcrack are both on the mediums.
Mediums?
Yeah.
What?
Yep. I'm not making this up. Blind Man and Bumcrack are both on the mediums.
Wow.
With two laps to go. I'm just as dumbfounded as you are. I mean, they're both in the Ferraris, so maybe the Ferrari on the softs. I'm looking for reasons here, and I've got nothing. I'm not going to lie, I got nothing.
Now we can almost hear Dadson on the radio to Revs down in the Dadson garage telling him, get on your bike and go. 15 seconds, 2 laps. It's not out of the realm of possibility. 7.5 seconds a lap.
Revs is on the racing softs. Rudzy in P4 is on the racing softs. Black Project's on the mediums.
So maybe
what is it with these Ferrari drive? It must be a Ferrari thing.
Maybe the softs are just falling apart. They can't make 2 laps on the softs, or at least 2 quick ones.
So speaking of which, on the mediums, VF, who has already done a lap on his mediums, and he's good to go to the end, he is making time hand over fist over Black Project at the moment. He is within a second coming onto the Nordschleife. He is dropping tenths out of Black Project hand over fist. And we got Grovel in P7, who's 2.8 seconds behind VF. He's on the racing softs. He's good to go to the end. There is a lot of daylight between Grovel and Madrick to the tune of 30-something seconds. Madrick's on the mediums. We've got Super Fun Happy in P9. He's on a fresh set of racing softs. And Greg's in P10, who's just picked up a half-second penalty for track limits. Is on a fresh set of racing softs as well. So the gap between Blind Man and Bumcrack is sort of stable at about 4.6 seconds at the moment. But the talking point at the moment will be Revs in P3, who is 14.5 seconds behind Blind Man at this point.
So he's already gained a second, but I don't think it's enough.
I don't think so either.
I mean, the second half of this lap is more technical high-speed corners anyway, so I think Revs, that's where he's going to see the most impact of those tyres. But I think by now he really needed to be 12, 13 seconds behind.
I mean, you've got to bear in mind that Bumcrack did the current fastest lap of an 8:04.1 on mediums.
Yeah, very true.
So Revs, even with I'm just looking at his lap times, even when he's gone into the pits on the racing softs. Well, he's done an 806.3.
Well, he hasn't set a valid lap since lap 2. They've all been out laps or in laps.
So an 806 in lap is not bad, to be honest.
No, that's an out lap.
Yeah, that one. Yep. Yep. I can math.
Very consistent on the out laps, though. He set 2 identical out laps on lap 5 and 7.
Yeah, look, you couldn't do that if you tried, I imagine.
8-minute lap, and he sets the same lap twice.
Yeah, definitely couldn't predict that. I'm going to screenshot that, and that will be... Right, so the gap back to Rudzy in P4 is over 30 seconds. Then we've got Black Project, who's a further 8 seconds behind Rudzy in P5. And he's got VF for company to the tune of a second. And then just 1.5 seconds behind VF is Grovel. Now, he does have the racing softs on, whereas VF and Black Project have the mediums. So it is possible that Grovel could make his way up to P5. I don't see him getting up to Rudzy in P4, because the gap at the moment is 8 seconds between Rudzy and Black Project, and Rudzy is on the racing softs. But
Less
Revs
than 10
has got
minutes to
that.
go in this one now.
Revs has got the gap down to 12.8 seconds now.
He needs more. Push.
Definitely needs more. He's 6. I'm just thinking of the meme of the stick figure guy poking a thing with the stick and just saying, "Come on, do the thing." That is us in the comms box right now.
But Blind Man has been driving spectacularly in this stint, though. On his out lap here, he's absolutely dropped Blind Man, Black Bum Crack by 3 seconds. Remember, it is a double points round 2. So this is going to have some implications in the championship, that's for sure.
Indeed. Now, the double points, does that only applies for the race points, doesn't it? Doesn't apply for the qualifying on pole position, etc.
Yeah, and I believe in the regulations it specifies not double points for team points either.
Aha. So just driver championship points.
Yes.
So I've just been watching Blind Man and Bumcrack coming on to the Donninger hole, and there are 2 very different driving techniques in the same car. Blind Man is very, very high in the revs in 4th gear, whereas Mr. Bumcrack is a lot smoother and just keeps it in 5th gear. Although that may have something to do with the amount of fuel they have in their tanks.
Potentially. A Ferrari sounds like a bumblebee as it comes flying down to the final corner at the end of the Donninger Hoe.
So the gap between Rudzy and Black Project is up to 10 seconds now.
As Blind Man crosses the line to begin the final lap of the Nurburgring Enduro for Season 11 of Sector 1. So
Grovel
this
is within
situation.
slipstream of Black Project now.
So 6 seconds to Bum Crack, and then we have another 5 seconds back to Revs. So he saved 4 seconds on that last lap. So he's going to need a miracle and some good pace, or both, to get this win here tonight. As Grovel and Black Project are neck and neck. As they come through the
Grovel
final
has
corner.
made up a heap of time there in that braking zone. although he hasn't got the greatest exit onto the straight of the GP sprint track. So that might just give Black Project a little bit of breathing space he needs to get through the sprint track and back onto the Nordschleife. They have dropped VF a little bit. He's now 3 seconds behind in P7. Just get the sense that Grovel knows that P5 is within reach.
So Rebs is half a second purple as he starts his run onto the Nordschleife now. 4 seconds to Bumcrack. So he's saved 2 seconds just on the GP circuit alone. Is Bumcrack fuel compromised? Is that what we're seeing?
He definitely does have a fuel disadvantage compared to Blind Man, who's probably got just over 30%, and Revs, who's probably got bang on 30%, whereas Bumcrack is just over a quarter of a tank, so maybe a 5% difference. And
wow.
On a circuit that's over 23, 24 kilometers long, 5% is it's a big bit. It's a it's a noticeable difference. He's definitely got enough to get to the end. He just has to be careful in how he manages it.
3.5 seconds separating these two, Revs and Bumcrack, as Revs is a second purple.
Oof.
And I suspect Blind Man is too, because that gap is still at 11 seconds. Things are getting tight at the top.
Blind Man is 0.2 purple compared to Revs 0.9 purple. And Revs is within sight of Bumcrack at the moment. So that is definitely going to dangle the carrot for him. He has no way of knowing that he has the fuel advantage.
Unless he's listening to us, loonies in the comms box.
Well, that's his problem.
Personally, I wouldn't want to listen to us for 90 minutes.
I don't know how people do it, have the stream playing in the background. I mean, for starters, I wear headphones, so I wouldn't hear it anyway. And I wouldn't want to hear it because I would get distracted and I would crash more often than I do when I'm trying to focus. So that would not be great.
Ricky Bobby used to always watch the stream in the background for a bit of insider information, but he doesn't do it anymore because him and I, we're in the same races now.
Oh, so he doesn't get to listen to the stream. He has to listen to you for an hour.
I think he likes it. Either that or he's lying to me.
Well, I don't mind it. It's been a while since you and I have been in the comms box together, so this is actually kind of fun.
Yeah, it's true. We used to do it like 2 times in a night.
fairly regularly. And when you say do it, we are talking about doing the comms, guys, playing at home.
Yeah,
I know it's after 9 o'clock, but get your heads out of the gutter if you don't mind. So Grovel is still within the second range of Black Project. He's hanging in thereabouts. Or as Black Project goes very wide, that could be the opportunity Grovel needs to get the run on him. That could shake Black Project's confidence a little bit. Having a little bit of an off at that particular corner. I have done it a few times myself. But having an off can just shake your confidence a little bit. And it can take you, another 15, 20, 30 seconds to get back into the rhythm. And in which time the driver behind you can make an opportunistic move, but I don't think that'll be the case this time.
I think.
Although Grovel is making up a lot of time in the slipstream here. I don't think he wants to overtake. He has short shifted.
I think
sense
for
that
Grovel, he's just got.
Yeah.
I think he's just got to leave it till the last moment.
So that gap for Blind Man and Bumcrack is out over 10 seconds now.
Yeah, okay.
And
Revs
Blind
actually
Man is
dropping
2
back
seconds
from Blind
purple.
Man. Yeah, wow.
How is Mr. Revs looking? He's got 2.7 seconds and he's only 8/10 purple, so Blind Man has absolutely dropped the hammer at this point. Actually, Revs is on the fuel light.
He'll get home from here. He's just got... I think as long as you've got 3% when you're starting the Donninger Ho, you've got enough to get home.
Yeah, he's cutting it fine, I'm not going to lie. He will be cutting it fine there. He's 1 second purple. He's got 2.6 seconds to Bumcrack, who is also on the fuel light. But he's got better medium condition tyres. He's got a couple of percent more fuel than Revs.
Project just went off just before YouTube corner there, all over the grass, but he keeps it straight. As Blind Man, he begins the Donninger Ho straight for the final time, as he's driven absolutely spectacularly here tonight. He's done absolutely everything. No foot wrong tonight. Well, actually, he did have 1 foot wrong when he crashed on lap number 2, but let's glance over that just for a second, because he is going to win by 11 seconds. It's been a dominant drive. He's driven his strategy to perfection, and he's going to be rewarded with potentially the fastest lap as well. He's going to take every single point possible for the round. As he rounds the final corner, what a spectacular day out for the Jamco Racing driver. He'll take another win in Sector 1 as he crosses the line and sets an 8:01 for the record as well. That is the fastest lap of the race. As Bumcrack, he'll hold on over Revs, the charging Revs, and he'll come home in P2. Spectacular drive for the championship leader and the Kraken team owner. Revs completes the podium, and it will be Black Rose's Rudzi, who started this race all the way from the back. He missed qualifying due to the penalty, but he's going to come home best of the rest here tonight into the final braking zone. He's had a bit of a lonely last stint, finds himself in the middle of no man's land, but as he rounds the final corner, he'll be very happy with a P4 here tonight. The 178 car, he's going to cross the line. Very, very handy couple of points needed for his championship there. An 8:03 to cross the line as well. That is a brilliant lap. Almost an identical lap to what Rev said as well. As,
Black Project's just going to hold on here.
Yeah, he will, over the charging Grovel. P5 for Black Project, 6 for Grovel. And VF will come home P7. Then we look back halfway down the Donninger Ho. The final 3 drivers, they're neck and neck. Madrick, Super Fun Happy, and Greggs. They head down into the final braking zone of this Nordschleife circuit. What a race. As he rounds the final corner, Madrick will take P8 here tonight in the other Black Rose car. It's been a topsy-turvy rollercoaster race for him, but P8 is nothing to sneeze at. P9 will go to Super Fun Happy. Great race for him. And rounding out the finishers tonight will be Greggs. And he does set his fastest lap of the race too on that last lap.
And our timer is done. So very nicely done from the drivers to finish up in that amount of time.
Yeah. As we'll have a look at the race results right now. So here is how they finished. So Blind Man finishes P1, had the pole position and the fastest lap. Bumcrack there in P2, Revs completing your podium. Rudzi P4, Black Project P5, Grovel 6th, VF 7th, Madrick in 8th. We have Super Fun Happy 9th, Greg's 10th, and the Boss and Keza were the 2 DNFs after the issues that they both had at the start of this one. But yeah, special congrats to the guys up front. Great race to watch, and they kept us on our toes the entire way. So, who's your driver of the day, Carbon Boy?
Driver of the day, I don't often do this, but I'm going to throw my nomination Blind Man's way. Despite his incident, shall we say, he managed to pull it all back together, consolidate his strategy, and put in a hell of a lot of pace, and drove away with the win. So, to be honest, yeah, he deserves my nomination, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I think my drive of the day is going to go to Bumcrack. He just drove his race, drove spectacularly, went down the order at the start a little bit, but fought his way back through and finished 10 seconds off the lead in the end. So, yeah, Bumcrack gets my drive of the day. We have a couple nominations in chat. We have Slappers given Rev's drive of the day. Guru says drive of the day Bumcrack. Great race, Blind Man and Revs. Was great to see the difference in the strats. Great drive, everyone. Drive of the day, Revs from the Stranger. Great drive, Blind Man from Bumcrack. So, yeah, definitely a bit of topsy-turvy. Definitely an action-packed race. That's what we like to see here at the Nordschleife. But, yeah, very, very good to watch. And next week, we're going to come back and we're going to do it all again, as we will have Category 1 racing here in a week's time, next Sunday. And then we are in the works to get the Invitational Series up and running. On paper at the moment, we do have it penciled in for the Thursday after the Category 1 endurance. So we will be in contact with drivers and TOs in regards to that over the next 24 hours. So stay tuned for that if you're anyone involved with that. So yeah, we'll let you all know what happens in terms of that. But yeah, anything else to say before we sign things off for the Category 2 Enduro here tonight, Carbon Boy?
I'd just like to say thank you to everyone who tuned in and watched tonight. And anyone who hit the like button, thank you very much. To anyone who hasn't, please smash the like button, hit the subscribe, you know the deal. Anything that helps us with our algorithm. And I look forward to the pleasure of your company again next week as the Cat 1 guys get out here and show us how it's done. And I will find myself back in this commentary box. So I suppose I should make sure that the fridge is well stocked and that the chairs are wiped down and nice and comfortable, because I will be in here for quite a period of time next week. But that's okay. I like it here. So thank you for the pleasure of your company as well, Enosis.
Yeah, thanks for joining me in the comms box.
It's been nice to share it with you again. It's been a while.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, that's Lenosis and Carbon Boy signing things off for the Category 2 Nurburgring Enduro for Season 11. We'll catch you all next week. Bye, guys. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Sector 1. We are here tonight for some Category 1 racing action around all states.
Let's go. I wake up to a little bit of drool on my pillow, feel like it's gonna be a bad day. Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit, yeah, damn, ain't that great. I don't wanna go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life, cause I don't feel alive, and there's nothing that makes me happy. Hold my beer for a minute, I'm about to quit my job, cash in for a ticket. I'm going on a trip, and I don't plan to visit. I'm gonna stay there till I feel like I'm winning, oh. And this is just the beginning. I need a big change, only feels like living. I need a big swing, home runs I'm hitting, and I'll never look back, moving on till I get it all. And we all got dreams, we all want things, but what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be?
Oh my! Oh no! No! You can't do that!
You see that steering wheel? Yeah, what that do?
Fuzzy is somehow keeping it on the track surface. It's a spectacular drive, and he will take his first win in the top flight.